This audio belongs to list-read.com. Visit list-read.com to read full book and many other books. Thank. Now. The wedding night. The lights go out. In an instant, everything is in darkness. The band stop their playing. Inside the marquee, the wedding guests squeal and clutch at one another. The light from the candles on the tables only adds to the confusion, sends shadows racing up the canvas walls. It's impossible to see where anyone is or hear what anyone is saying. Above the guests' voices, the wind rises in a frenzy. Outside, a storm is raging. It shrieks around them, it batters the marquee. At each assault, the whole structure seems to flex and shudder with a loud groaning of metal. The guests cower in alarm. The doors have come free from their ties and flap at the entrance. The flames of the paraffin torches that illuminate the doorway snicker. It feels personal, this storm. It feels as though it has saved all its fury for them. This isn't the first time the electrics have shorted. But last time the lights snapped back on again within minutes. The guests return to their dancing, their drinking, their pill popping, their screwing, their eating, their laughing, and forgot it ever happened. How long has it been now? In the dark, it's difficult to tell. A few minutes? 15? 20? They're beginning to feel afraid. This darkness feels somehow ominous, intent. As though anything could be happening beneath its cover. Finally, the bulbs flicker back on. Whoops and cheers from the guests. They're embarrassed now about how the lights find them, crouched as though ready to fend off an attack. They laugh it off. They almost manage to convince themselves that they weren't frightened. The scene illuminated in the marquee's 3 adjoining tents should be one of celebration, but it looks more like one of devastation. In the main dining section, clots of wine spatter the laminate floor, a crimson stain spreads across white linen. Bottles of champagne cluster on every surface, testament to an evening of toasts and celebrations. A forlorn pair of silver sandals peeks from beneath a tablecloth. The Irish band begin to play again in the dance tent, a rousing ditty to restore the spirit of celebration. Many of the guests hurry in that direction, eager for some light relief. If you were to look closely at where they step, you might see the marks where one barefoot guest has trodden in broken glass and left bloody footprints across the laminate, drying to a rusty stain. No one notices. Other guests drift and gather in the corners of the main tent, nebulous as leftover cigarette smoke. Loath to stay, but also loath to step outside the sanctuary of the marquee while the storm still rages. And no one can leave the island. Not yet. The boats can't come until the wind dies down. In the center of everything stands the huge cake. It has appeared whole and perfect before them for most of the day, its train of sugar foliage glittering beneath the lights. But only minutes before the lights went out, the guests gathered around to watch its ceremonial disemboweling. Now the deep red sponge gapes from within. Then from outside comes a new sound. You might almost mistake it for the wind. But it rises in pitch and volume until it is unmistakable. The guests freeze. They stare at one another. They are suddenly afraid again. More so than they were when the lights went out. They all know what they are hearing. It is a scream of terror. The day before. AOIFE. The wedding planner. Nearly all of the wedding party are here now. Things are about to crank into another gear. There's the rehearsal dinner this evening, with the chosen guests, so the wedding really begins tonight. I've put the champagne on ice ready for the pre-dinner drinks. It's vintage Bollinger, 8 bottles of it, plus the wine for dinner and a couple of crates of Guinness, all as per the bride's instructions. It is not for me to comment, but it seems rather a lot. They're all adults, though. I'm sure they know how to restrain themselves. Or maybe not. That best man seems a bit of a liability, all of the ushers do, to be honest. And the bridesmaid, the bride's half-sister. I've seen her on her solitary wanderings of the island, hunched over and walking fast like she's trying to outpace something. You learn all the insider secrets, doing this sort of work. You see the things no one else is privileged to see. All the gossip that the guests would kill to have. As a wedding planner, you can't afford to miss anything. You have to be alert to every detail, all the smaller eddies beneath the surface. If I didn't pay attention, one of those currents could grow into a huge riptide, destroying all my careful planning. And here's another thing I've learned: sometimes the smallest currents are the strongest. I move through the Follies' downstairs rooms, lighting the blocks of turf in the grates, so they can get a good smolder on for this evening. Freddie and I have started cutting and drying our own turf from the bog, as has been done for centuries past. The smoky, earthy smell of the turf fires will add to the sense of local atmosphere. The guests should like that. It may be midsummer, but it gets cool at night on the island. The Follies' old stone walls keep the warmth out and aren't so good at holding it in. Today has been surprisingly warm, at least by the standards of these parts, but the same's not looking likely for tomorrow. The end of the weather forecast I caught on the radio mentioned wind. We get the brunt of all the weather here. Often the storms are much worse than they end up being on the mainland, as if they've exhausted themselves on us. It's still sunny out, but this afternoon the needle on the old barometer in the hallway swung from fair to changeable. I've taken it down. I don't want the bride to see it. Though I'm not sure that she is the sort to panic. More the sort to get angry and look for someone to blame. And I know just who would be in the firing line. Freddie, I call into the kitchen, will you be starting on the dinner soon? Yeah, he calls back. Got it all under control. Tonight they'll eat a fish stew based on a traditional Connemara fisherman's chowder, smoked fish, lots of cream. I ate it the first time I ever visited this place, when there were still people here. This evening's will be a more refined take on the usual recipe, as this is a refined group we have staying. Or at least I suppose they like to think of themselves as such. We'll see what happens when the drink hits them. Then we'll be needing to start prepping the canapés for tomorrow, I call, running through the list in my head. I'm on it. And the cake, we'll be wanting to assemble that in good time. The cake is quite something to behold. It should be. I know how much it cost. The bride didn't bat an eyelid at the expense. I believe she's used to having the best of everything. 4 tiers of deep red velvet sponge, encased in immaculate white icing and strewn with sugar greenery, to match the foliage in the chapel and the marquee. Extremely fragile and made according to the bride's exact specifications, it travelled all the way here from a very exclusive cake makers in Dublin. It was no small effort getting it across the water in one piece. Tomorrow, of course, it will be destroyed. But it's all about the moment, a wedding. All about the day. It's not really about the marriage at all, in spite of what everyone says. See, mine is a profession in which you orchestrate happiness. It is why I became a wedding planner. Life is messy. We all know this. Terrible things happen. I learned that while I was still a child. But no matter what happens, life is only a series of days. You can't control more than a single day. But you can control one of them. 24 hours can be curated. A wedding day is a neat little parcel of time in which I can create something whole and perfect to be cherished for a lifetime, a pearl from a broken necklace. Freddie emerges from the kitchen in his stained butcher's apron. How are you feeling? I shrug. A little nervous, to be honest. You've got this, love. Think how many times you've done this. But this is different. Because of who it is, it was a real coup, getting Will Slater and Julia Keegan to hold their wedding here. I worked as an event planner in Dublin, before. Setting up here was all my idea, restoring the island's crumbling, half-ruined folly into an elegant 10-bedroom property with a dining room, drawing room and kitchen. Freddie and I live here permanently but use only a tiny fraction of the space when it's just the two of us. Shush! Freddie steps forward and enfolds me in a hug. I feel myself stiffening at first. I'm so focused on my to-do list that it feels like a diversion we don't have time for. Then I allow myself to relax into the embrace, to appreciate his comforting, familiar warmth. Freddie is a good hugger. He's what you might call cuddly. He likes his food, it's his job. He ran a restaurant in Dublin before we moved here. It's all going to work out fine, he says. I promise. It will all be perfect. He kisses the top of my head. I've had a great deal of experience in this business. But then I've never worked on an event I've been so invested in. And the bride is very particular, which, to be fair to her, probably goes with the territory of what she does, running her own magazine. Someone else might have been run a little ragged by her requests. But I've enjoyed it. I like a challenge. Anyway. That's enough about me. This weekend is about the happy couple, after all. The bride and groom haven't been together for very long, by all accounts. Seeing as our bedroom is in the folly too, with all the others, we could hear them last night. Jesus, Freddie said as we lay in bed. I can't listen to this. I knew what he meant. Strange how when someone is in the throes of pleasure it can sound like pain. They seem very much in love, but a cynic might say that's why they can't seem to keep their hands off each other. Very much in lust might be a more accurate description. Freddie and I have been together for the best part of 2 decades, and even now there are things I keep from him and, I'm sure, vice versa. Makes you wonder how much they know about each other, those two. Whether they really know all of each other's dark secrets. Hannah. The +1. The waves rise in front of us, white-capped. On land it's a beautiful summer's day, but it's pretty rough out here. A few minutes ago we left the safety of the mainland harbour, and as we did the water seemed to darken in colour and the waves grew by several feet. It's the evening before the wedding and we're on our way to the island. As special guests, we're staying there tonight. I'm looking forward to it. At least, I think I am. I need a bit of a distraction at the moment, anyway. Hold on. A shout from the captain's cabin, behind us. Matty, the man's called. Before we have time to think, the little boat launches off one wave and straight into the crest of another. Water sprays up over us in a huge arc. Christ! Charlie shouts and I see that he's got soaked on one side. Miraculously I'm only a little damp. Would you be a bit wet up there? Matty calls. I'm laughing but I'm having to force it a bit because it was pretty frightening. The boat's motion, somehow back and forth and side to side all at once, has my stomach turning somersaults. OOF, I say, feeling the nausea sinking through me. The thought of the cream tea we ate before we got on the boat suddenly makes me want to howl. Charlie looks at me, puts a hand on my knee and gives a squeeze. Oh God. It started already? I always get terrible motion sickness. Anything sickness really. When I was pregnant it was the worst. Millimeter hem. I've taken a couple of pills, but they've hardly taken the edge off. Look, Charlie says quickly, I'll read about the place, take your mind off it. He scrolls through his phone. He's got a guidebook downloaded, ever the teacher, my husband. The boat lurches again and the iPhone nearly jumps out of his grasp. He swears, grips it with both hands, we can't afford to replace it. There's not that much here, he says, a bit apologetically, once he's managed to load the page. Loads on Connemara, yeah, but on the island itself, I suppose it's so small. He stares at the screen as though willing it to deliver. Oh, here, I've found a bit. He clears his throat, then starts to read in what I think is probably the voice he uses in his lessons. Inesan Amplora, or Cormorant Island, in the English translation, is 2 miles from one end to the other, longer than it is wide. The island is formed of a lump of granite emerging majestically from the Atlantic, several miles off the Connemara coastline. A large bog comprised of peat, or turf as it is called locally, covers much of its surface. The best, indeed the only, way to see the island is from a private boat. The channel between the mainland and the island can get particularly choppy. "They're right about that," I mutter, clutching the side as we seesaw over another wave and slam down again. My stomach turns over again. "I can tell you more than all that," Matty calls from his cabin. I hadn't realized he could overhear us from there. "You won't be getting much about Anise and Amplora from a guidebook." Charlie and I shuffle nearer to the cabin so we can hear. He's got a lovely rich accent, does Matty. First people that settled the place, he tells us, far as it's known, were a religious sect, persecuted by some on the mainland. "Oh yes," Charlie says, looking at his guide. "I think I saw a bit about that." "You can't get everything from that thing," Matty says, frowning and clearly unimpressed by the interruption. "I've lived here all my life, see, and my people have been here for centuries. I can tell you more than your man on the internet." "Sorry," Charlie says, flushing. "Anyway," Matty says. 20 years or so ago the archaeologists found them. All together in the turf bog they were, side by side, packed in tight. Something tells me that he is enjoying himself. Perfectly preserved, it said, because there's no air down in there. It was a massacre. They'd all been hacked to death. "Oh," Charlie says, with a glance at me, "I'm not sure." It's too late, the idea is in my head now, long-buried corpses emerging from black earth. I try not to think about it but the image keeps reasserting itself like a glitch in a video. The swoop of nausea that comes as we ride over the next wave is almost a relief, requiring all my focus. "And there's no one living there now?" Charlie asks brightly, trying for a change of conversation. "Other than the new owners?" "No," Matty says. "Nothing but ghosts." Charlie taps his screen. It says here the island was inhabited until the 90s, when the last few people decided to return to the mainland in favor of running water, electricity and modern life. "Oh, that's what it says there, is it?" Matty sounds amused. "Why?" I ask, managing to find my voice. "Was there some other reason they left?" Matty seems to be about to speak. Then his face changes. "Look out for yourselves," he roars. Charlie and I manage to grab the rail seconds before the bottom seems to drop out of everything and we are sent plunging down the side of one wave, then smashed into the side of another. Jesus. You're meant to find a fixed point with motion sickness. I train my gaze on the island. It has been in view the whole way from the mainland, a bluish smudge on the horizon, shaped like a flattened anvil. Jules wouldn't pick anywhere less than stunning, but I can't help feeling that the dark shape of it seems to hunch and glower, in contrast to the bright day. "Pretty stunning, isn't it?" Charlie says. "Millimeter," I say noncommittally. "Well, let's hope there's running water and electricity there these days. I'm going to need a nice bath after this." Charlie grins. Knowing Jules, if they hadn't plumbed and wired the place before, they'll have done so by now. You know what she's like. She's so efficient. I'm sure Charlie didn't mean it, but it feels like a comparison. I'm not the world's most efficient. I can't seem to enter a room without making a mess, and since we've had the kids our house is a permanent tip. When we, rarely, have people round I end up throwing stuff in cupboards and cramming them closed, so that it feels like the whole place is holding its breath, trying not to explode. When we first went round for dinner at Jules's elegant Victorian house in Islington, it was like something out of a magazine, like something out of her magazine, an online one called The Download. I kept thinking she might try and tidy me away somewhere, aware of how I stuck out like a sore thumb with my inch of dark roots and high street clothes. I found myself trying to smooth out my accent even, soften my Mancunian vowels. We couldn't be more different, Jules and I. The two most important women in my husband's life. I lean over the rail, taking deep breaths of the sea air. I read a good bit in that article, Charlie says, about the island. Apparently it's got white sand beaches, which are famous in this part of Ireland. And the color of the sand means the water in the coves turns a beautiful turquoise color. Oh, I say. Well, that sounds better than a peat bog. Yep, Charlie says. Maybe we'll have a chance to go swimming. He smiles at me. I look at the water, which is more of a chilly slate green than turquoise, and shiver. But I swim off the beach in Brighton, and that's the English Channel, isn't it? Still. There it feels so much tamer than this wild, brutal sea. This weekend will be a good distraction, won't it? Charlie says. Yeah, I say. I hope so. This will be the closest we'll have had to a holiday for a long time. And I really need one right now. I can't work out why Jules would choose a random island off the coast of Ireland, I add. It seems particularly her to choose somewhere so exclusive that her guests might actually drown trying to get there. It's not like she couldn't have afforded to hold it anywhere she wanted. Charlie frowns. He doesn't like to talk about money, it embarrasses him. It's one of the reasons I love him. Except sometimes, just sometimes, I can't help wondering what it would be like to have a tiny bit more. We agonized over the gift list and had a bit of an argument about it. Our max is normally 50 quid, but Charlie insisted that we had to do more, because he and Jules go back so far. As everything listed was from Liberty's, the £150 we finally agreed to only bought us a rather ordinary-looking ceramic bowl. There was a scented candle on there for £200. You know, Jules, Charlie says now, as the boat makes another swoop downwards before hitting something that feels much harder than mere water, bouncing up again with a few sideways spasms for good measure. She likes to do things differently. And it could be to do with her dad being Irish. But I thought she doesn't get on with her dad? It's more complicated than that. He was never really around and he's a bit of a dick, but I think she's always kind of idolized him. That's why she wanted me to give her sailing lessons all those years ago. He had this yacht, and she wanted him to be proud of her. It's difficult to imagine Jules in the inferior position of wanting to make someone proud. I know her dad's a big deal property developer, a self-made man. As the daughter of a train driver and a nurse who grew up constantly strapped for cash, I'm fascinated by, and a little bit suspicious of, people who have made loads of money. To me they're like another species altogether, a breed of sleek and dangerous big cats. Or maybe we'll chose it, I say. It seems very him, very outward bound. I feel a little leap of excitement in my stomach at the thought of meeting someone so famous. It's hard to think of Jules's fiancée as a completely real person. I've been catching up on the show in secret. It's pretty good, though it's hard to be objective. I've been fascinated by the idea of Jules being with this man, touching him, kissing him, sleeping with him. About to get married to him. The basic premise of the show, Survive the Night, is that Will gets left somewhere, tied up and blindfolded, in the middle of the night. A forest, say, or the middle of an Arctic tundra, with nothing but the clothes he's wearing and maybe a knife in his belt. He then has to free himself and make his way to a rendezvous point using his wits and navigational skills alone. There's lots of high drama. In one episode he has to cross a waterfall in the dark, in another he's stalked by wolves. At times you'll suddenly remember that the camera crew is there watching him, filming him. If it were really all that bad, surely they'd step in to help. But they certainly do a good job of making you feel the danger. At my mention of Will, Charlie's face has darkened. I still don't get why she's marrying him after such a short time, he says. I suppose that's what Jules is like. When she's made up her mind, she acts quickly. But you mark my words, Han, he's hiding something. I don't think he's everything he pretends to be. This is why I've been so secretive about watching the show. I know Charlie wouldn't like it. At times I can't help feeling that his dislike of Will seems a little like jealousy. I really hope it's not jealousy. Because what would that mean? It could also be to do with Will's stag do. Charlie went, which seemed all wrong, as his Jules's friend. He came home from the weekend in Sweden a bit out of sorts. Every time I even alluded to it he'd go all weird and stiff. So I shrugged it off. He came back in one piece, didn't he? The sea seems to have got even rougher. The old fishing boat is pitching and rolling now in all directions at once, like one of those rodeo bull machines, like it's trying to throw us overboard. Is it really safe to keep going? I call to Matty. Yep, he calls back, over the crash of the spray, the shriek of the wind. This is a good day, as they go. Not far to Anise and Amplora now. I can feel wet hanks of hair stuck to my forehead, while the rest of it seems to have lifted into a huge tangled cloud around my head. I can only imagine how I'll look to Jules and Will and the rest of them, when we finally arrive. Cormorant! Charlie shouts, pointing. He's trying to distract me from my nausea, I know. I feel like one of the children being taken to the doctors for an injection. But I follow his finger to a sleek dark head, emerging from the waves like the periscope of a miniature submarine. Then it swoops down beneath the surface, a swift black streak. Imagine feeling so at home in such hostile conditions. I saw something in the article specifically about cormorants, Charlie says. He picks up his phone again. Ah, here. They're particularly common along this stretch of coast, apparently. He puts on his schoolteacher voice. The cormorant is a bird much maligned in local folklore. Oh dear. Historically, the bird has been represented as a symbol of greed, bad luck, and evil. We both watch as the cormorant emerges from the water again. There's a tiny fish in its sharp beak, a brief flash of silver, before the bird opens its gullet and swallows the thing whole. My stomach flips. I feel as though it's me that has swallowed the fish, quick and slippery, swimming about in my belly. And as the boat begins to list in the other direction, I lurch to the side and throw up my cream tea. Jules. The bride. I'm standing in front of the mirror in our room, the biggest and most elegant of the Follies' 10 bedrooms, naturally. From here I only need to turn my head a fraction to look out through the windows towards the sea. The weather today is perfect, the sun shimmering off the waves so brightly you can hardly look at it. It bloody well better stay like this for tomorrow. Our room is on the western side of the building and this is the westernmost island off this part of the coast, so there is nothing, and no one, for thousands of miles between me and the Americas. I like the drama of that. The Folly itself is a beautifully restored 15th century building, treading the line between luxury and timelessness, grandeur and comfort, antique rugs on the flagstone floors, claw-footed baths, fireplaces lit with smoldering peat. It's large enough to fit all our guests, yet small enough to feel intimate. It's perfect. Everything is going to be perfect. Don't think about the note, Jules. I will not think about the note. Fuck. I don't know why it's got to me so much. I have never been a worrier, the sort of person who wakes up at 3 in the morning, fretting. Not until recently anyway. The note was delivered through our letterbox 3 weeks ago. It told me not to marry Will. To call it off. Somehow the idea of it has gained this dark power over me. Whenever I think about it, it gives me a sour feeling in the pit of my stomach. A feeling like dread. Which is ridiculous. I wouldn't normally give a second thought to this sort of thing. I look back at the mirror. I'm currently wearing the dress. The dress. I thought it important to try it on one last time, the eve of my wedding, to double-check. I had a fitting last week, but I never leave anything to chance. As expected, it's perfect. Heavy cream silk that looks as though it has been poured over me, the corsetry within creating the quintessential hourglass. No lace or other fripperies, that's not me. The nap of the silk is so fine it can only be handled with special white gloves which, obviously, I'm wearing now. It cost an absolute bomb. It was worth it. I'm not interested in fashion for its own sake, but I respect the power of clothes in creating the right optics. I knew immediately that this dress was a queen maker. By the end of the evening the dress will probably be filthy, even I can't mitigate that. But I will have it shortened to just below the knee and dyed a darker color. I am nothing if not practical. I have always got a plan, have done ever since I was little. I move over to where I have the table plan pinned to the wall. Wall says I'm like a general hanging his campaign maps. But it is important, isn't it? The seating can pretty much make or break the guest's enjoyment of a wedding. I know I'll have it perfect by this evening. It's all in the planning. That's how I took the download from a blog to a fully fledged online magazine with a staff of 30 in a couple of years. Most of the guests will come over tomorrow for the wedding, then return to their hotels on the mainland. I enjoyed putting boats at midnight on the invites in place of the usual carriages. But our most important invitees will stay on the island tonight and tomorrow, in the Folly with us. It's a rather exclusive guest list. Will had to choose the favourites among his ushers, as he has so many. Not so difficult for me as I've only got one bridesmaid, my half-sister Olivia. I don't have many female friends. I don't have time for gossip. And groups of women together remind me too much of the bitchy clique of girls at my school who never accepted me as their own. It was a surprise to see so many women on the hen-do, but then they were largely my employees from the download, who organised it as a not entirely welcome surprise, or the partners of Will's mates. My closest friend is male, Charlie. In effect, this weekend, he'll be my best man. Charlie and Hannah are on their way over now, the last of tonight's guests to arrive. It will be so good to see Charlie. It feels like a long time since we hung out as adults, without his kids there. Back in the day we used to see each other all the time, even after he'd got together with Hannah. He always made time for me. But when he had kids it felt like he moved into that other realm, one in which a late night means 11 p.m., and every outing without kids has to be carefully orchestrated. It was only then that I started to miss having him to myself. You look stunning. Oh. I jump, then spot him in the mirror, Will. He's leaning in the doorway, watching me. Will. I hiss. I'm in my dress. Get out. You're not supposed to see. He doesn't move. Aren't I allowed to have a preview? And I've seen it, now. He begins to walk towards me. No point crying over spilled silk. You look, Jesus, I can't wait to see you coming up the aisle in that. He moves to stand behind me, taking a hold of my bare shoulders. I should be livid. I am. Yet I can feel my outrage sputtering. Because his hands are on me now, moving from my shoulders down my arms, and I feel that first shiver of longing. I remind myself, too, that I'm far from superstitious about the groom seeing the wedding dress beforehand. I've never believed in that sort of thing. You shouldn't be here, I say, crossly. But already it sounds a little half-hearted. Look at us, he says as our eyes meet in the mirror, as he traces a finger down the side of my cheek. Don't we look good together? And he's right, we do. Me so dark-haired and pale, him so fair and tanned. We make the most attractive couple in any room. I'm not going to pretend it's not part of the thrill, imagining how we might appear to the outside world, and to our guests tomorrow. I think of the girls at school who once teased me for being a chubby swot, I was a late bloomer, and think, look who's having the last laugh. He bites into the exposed skin of my shoulder. A pluck of lust low in my belly, a snapped elastic band. with it goes the last of my resistance. You nearly done with that? He's looking over my shoulder at the table plan. I haven't quite worked out where I'm putting everyone, I say. There's a silence as he inspects it, his breath warm on the side of my neck, curling along my collarbone. I can smell the aftershave he's wearing, too, cedar and moss. Did we invite Piers? He asks mildly. I don't remember him being on the list. I somehow managed not to roll my eyes. I did all of the invitations. I refined the list, chose the stationers, collated all the addresses, bought the stamps, posted every last one. Will was away a lot, shooting the new series. Every so often, he'd throw out a name, someone he'd forgotten to mention. I suppose he did check through the list at the end pretty carefully, saying he wanted to make sure we hadn't missed anyone. Piers was a later addition. He wasn't on the list, I admit. But I saw his wife at those drinks at the Grucho. She asked about the wedding and it seemed total madness not to invite them. I mean, why wouldn't we? Piers is the producer of Will's show. He's a nice guy and he and Will have always seemed to get along well. I didn't have to think twice about extending the invitation. Fine, Will says. Yes, of course that makes sense. But there's an edge to his voice. For some reason it has bothered him. Look, darling, I say, curling one arm around his neck. I thought you'd be delighted to have them here. They certainly seemed pleased to be asked. I don't mind, he says, carefully. It was a surprise, that's all. He moves his hands to my waist. I don't mind in the least. In fact, it's a good surprise. It will be nice to have them. Okay. Right, so I'm going to put husbands and wives next to each other. Does that work? The eternal dilemma, he says, mock profoundly. God, I know, but people do really care about that sort of thing. Well, he says, if you and I were guests I know where I'd want to be sitting. Oh yes? Right opposite you, so I could do this. His hand reaches down and rucks up the fabric of the silk skirt, climbing beneath. Will, I say, the silk. His fingers have found the lace edge of my knickers. Will. I say, half annoyed, what on earth are you? Then his fingers have slipped inside my knickers and have begun to move against me and I don't particularly care about the silk anymore. My head falls against his chest. This is not like me at all. I am not the sort of person who gets engaged only a few months into knowing someone, or married only a few months after that. But I would argue that it isn't rash, or impulsive, as I think some suspect. If anything, it's the opposite. It's knowing your own mind, knowing what you want and acting upon it. We could do it right now, Will says, his voice a warm murmur against my neck. We've got time, haven't we? I try to answer, no, but as his fingers continue their work it turns into a long, drawn-out groan. With every other partner I've got bored in a matter of weeks, the sex has rather too quickly become pedestrian, a chore. With Will I feel like I am never quite sated, even when, in the baser sense, I am more sated than I have been with any other lover. It isn't just about him being so beautiful, which he is, of course, objectively so. This insatiability is far deeper than that. I'm aware of a feeling of wanting to possess him. Of each sexual act being an attempt at a possession that is never quite achieved, some essential part of him always evading my reach, slipping beneath the surface. Is it to do with his fame? The fact that once you attain celebrity you become, in a sense, publicly owned? Or is it something else, something fundamental about him? Secret and unknowable, hidden from view. This thought, inevitably, has me thinking about the note. I will not think about the note. Will's fingers continue their work. Will, I say, half-heartedly, anyone might come in. Isn't that the thrill of it, he whispers. Yes, I suppose it is. Will has definitely broadened my sexual horizons. He's introduced me to sex in public places. We've done it in a nighttime park, in the back row of a near-empty cinema. When I remember this, I am amazed at myself. I cannot believe that it was me who did these things. Julia Keegan does not break the law. He's also the only man I have ever allowed to film me in the nude, once, even during sex itself. I only agreed to this once we were engaged, naturally. I'm not a fucking idiot. But it's Will's thing, and, since we've started doing it, though I don't exactly like it, it represents a loss of control, and in every other relationship I have been the one in control. At the same time, it is somehow intoxicating, this loss. I hear him unbuckle his belt, and just the sound of it sends a charge through me. He pushes me forward, towards the dressing table, a little roughly. I grip the table. I feel the tip of him poised there, about to enter me. Hello, hello. Anybody in there? The door creaks open. Shit. Will pulls away from me. I hear him scrabbling with his jeans, his belt. I feel my skirt fall. I almost can't bear to turn. He stands there, lounging in the doorway. Jono, Will's best man. How much did he see? Everything. I feel the heat rising into my cheeks, and I'm furious with myself. I'm furious with him. I never blush. Sorry, chaps, Jono says. Was I interrupting? Is that a smirk? Oh, he catches sight of what I'm wearing. Isn't that meant to be bad luck? I'd like to pick up a heavy object and hurl it at him, scream at him to get out. But I am on best behavior. Oh, for God's sake. I say instead, and I hope my tone asks, do I look like the sort of cretin who would believe something like that? I raise my eyebrow at him, cross my arms. I am past master at the raised eyebrow game. I use it at work to fantastic effect. I dare him to say another word. For all Jono's bravado, I think he's a little scared of me. People are, generally, scared of me. We were going through the table plan, I tell him. So you interrupted that? Well, he says. I've been such a bell end. I can see that he's a little cowed. Good. I've just realized I've forgotten something pretty important. I feel my heart begin to beat faster. Not the rings. I told Will not to trust him with the rings until the last minute. If he's forgotten the rings, I cannot be held responsible for my actions. It's my suit, Jono says. I had it all ready to go, in the liner, and then, at the last minute, well, I dunno what happened. All I can say is, it must be hanging on my door in Blighty. I look away from them both as they leave the room. Concentrate hard on not saying anything I'll regret. I have to keep a handle on my temper this weekend. Mine has been known to get the better of me. I'm not proud of the fact, but I have never found myself able to completely control it, though I'm getting better. Rage is not a good look on a bride. I don't get why Will is friends with Jono, why he hasn't cut him out of his life by now. It's definitely not the witty conversation that keeps him hanging in there. The guy's harmless, I suppose, at least, I assume he's harmless. But they're so different. Will is so driven, so successful, so smart in the way he presents himself. Jono is a slob. One of life's dropouts. When we collected him from the local train station on the mainland, he stank of weed and looked like he'd been sleeping rough. I expected him to at least get a shave and a haircut before he came out here. It's not too much to ask that your groomsman doesn't look like a caveman, is it? Later I'll send Will over to his room with a razor. Will's too good to him. He even, apparently, got Jono a screen test for Survive the Night, which, of course, didn't come to anything. When I asked Will why he sticks with Jono, he put it down to simple history. We don't have much in common, these days, he said. But we go back a long way. But Will can be fairly ruthless. To be honest, That was probably one of the things that attracted me to him when we first met, one of the things I immediately recognized we had in common. As much as his golden looks, his winning smile, the thing that drew me was the ambition I could smell coming off him, beneath his charm. So this is what worries me. Why would we keep a friend like Jono around simply because of a shared past? Unless that past has some sort of hold over him. Jono. The best man. Will climbs out of the trapdoor carrying a pack of Guinness. We're up on the Follies battlements, looking through the gaps in the stonework. The ground's a long way down and some of the stones up here are pretty loose. If you didn't have a good head for heights it would do a number on you. From here you can see all the way to the mainland. I feel like a king up here, with the sun on my face. Will breaks a can out of the case. Here you go. Ah, the good stuff. Thanks, mate. And sorry I walked in on you back there. I give him a wink. Thought you were meant to save it for after marriage, though. Will raises his eyebrows, all innocence. I don't know what you're talking about. Jules and I were going through the table plan. Oh yeah? That's what they call it now? Honest though, I say, I'm sorry about the suit, mate. I feel like such a tool for forgetting. I want him to know I feel bad, that I'm serious about being a good best man to him. I really am, I want to do him proud. Not an issue, Will says. Not sure my spare's going to fit, but you're welcome to it. You're sure Jules is going to be all right about it? She didn't look all that happy. Yeah, Will waves a hand. She'll be fine. Which I guess means she probably isn't fine, but he'll work on it. Okay. Thanks, mate. He takes a swig of his Guinness, leans against the stone wall behind us. Then he seems to remember something. Oh. By the way, you haven't seen Olivia, have you? Jules's half-sister. She keeps disappearing. She's a little, he makes a gesture, cuckoo, that's what it means, but fragile is what he says. I met Olivia earlier. She's tall and dark-haired, with a big, sulky mouth and legs that go up to her armpits. Shame, I say. Cause, well, don't tell me you haven't noticed. Jono, she's 19, for Christ's sake, Will says. Don't be disgusting. Besides, she also happens to be my fiancé's sister. 19, so she's legal, then, I say, looking to wind him up. It's tradition, isn't it? The best man has the pick of the bridesmaids. And there's only one, so it's not like I have all that much choice. Will twists his mouth like he's tasted something disgusting. I don't think that rule applies when they're 15 years younger than you idiot, he says. He's acting all prim now, but he's always had an eye for the ladies. They've always had an eye for him in return, lucky bastard. She's off limits, all right? Get that through your thick skull. He knocks my head with his knuckles. I don't like the thick skull bit. I'm not necessarily the brightest penny in the till. But I don't like being treated like a moron, either. Will knows that. It was one of the things that always got my back up at school. I laugh it off, though. I know he didn't mean it. Look, he says. I can't have you blundering around making passes at my teenage sister-in-law. Jules would kill me. She'd kill you, too. All right, I say. Besides, he says, lowering his voice, there's also the fact that she's, you know. He makes that cuckoo gesture again. She must get it from Jules's mum. Thank God Jules missed out on any of those genes. Anyway, hands off, all right? Fine. I take a swig of my Guinness and do a big belch. You had a chance to do much climbing lately? Will asks me, obviously trying to change the subject. Nah, I say. Not really. That's why I've got this. I pat my gut. Hard to find time when you're not being paid for it, like you are. The funny thing is, it was always me who was more into that stuff. All the outward bound stuff. Until recently, it's what I did for a living too, working at an adventure center in the Lake District. Yeah. I guess so, Wall says. It's funny, it's not quite as much fun as it looks, really. I doubt that, mate, I say. You get to do the best thing on earth for a living. Well, you know, but it's not that authentic, a lot of smoke and mirrors. I'd bet anything he uses a stuntman to do the harder stuff. Wall has never liked getting his hands that dirty. He claims he did a lot of training for the show, but still. Then there's all the hair and makeup, he says, which seems ridiculous when you're shooting a program about survival. Bet you love all that, I say with a wink. Can't fool me. He's always been a bit vain. I say it with affection, obviously, but I enjoy getting him riled. He's a good-looking bloke and he knows it. You can tell all the clothes he's wearing today, even the jeans, are good stuff, expensive. Maybe it's Jules's influence, she's a stylish lady herself and you can imagine her marching him into a shop. But you can't imagine him minding much either. So, I say, clapping him on the shoulder. You ready to be a married man? He grins, nods. I am. What can I say? I'm head over heels. I was surprised when Will told me he was getting married, I'm not going to lie. I've always thought of him as a lad about town. No woman can resist that golden boy charm. On the stag he told me about some of the dates he went on, before Jules. I mean, in a way it was crazy good. I've never had so much action with so many different women as when I joined those apps, not even at uni. I had to get myself tested every couple of weeks. But there were some crazy ones out there, some clingy ones, you know. I don't have time for all that anymore. And then Jules came along. And she was perfect. She's so sure of herself, of what she wants from life. We're the same. I bet the house in Islington didn't hurt either, I didn't say. The loaded dad. I don't dare rip him about it, people get weird talking about money. But if there's one thing Will has always liked, maybe even more than the ladies, it's money. Maybe it's a thing from childhood, never having quite as much as anyone else at our school. I get that. He was there because his dad was headmaster, while I got in on a sports scholarship. My family aren't posh at all. I was spotted playing rugby at a school tournament in Croydon when I was 11 and they approached my dad. That sort of thing actually happened at Trev's, it was that important to them to field a good team. A voice comes from down below us. Hey hey hey. What's going on up here? Boys. Will says. Come up and join us. More the merrier. Bollocks. I was quite enjoying it being just Will and me. They're climbing up out of the trapdoor, the four ushers. I shift over to make room, giving each a nod as they appear, Femi, then Angus, Duncan, Peter. Fuck me, it's high up here, Femi says, peering over the edge. Duncan grabs hold of Angus's shoulders and pretends to give him a shove. Whoa, saved you. Angus lets out a high-pitched squeal and we all laugh. Don't, he says angrily, recovering himself. Jesus, that's fucking dangerous. He's clinging onto the stone as though for dear life, inching his way along to sit down next to us. Angus was always a bit wet for our group, but got social credit for arriving in his dad's chopper at the start of term. Will hands out the cans of Guinness I'd been eyeing up for seconds. Thanks, mate, Femi says. He looks at the can. When in Rome, hey? Pete nods to the drop beneath us. Think you might have to have a few of these to forget about that, Angus mate. Yeah, but you don't want to drink too many, Duncan says. Or you won't care enough about it. Oh shut it, Angus says crossly, colouring. But he's still pretty pale and I get the impression he's doing everything he can not to look over the edge. I've got gear with me this weekend, Pete says in an undertone, that would make you think you could jump off and fucking fly. Leopards don't change their spots, eh, Pete? Femi says. Raiding your mum's pill cabinet, I remember that kit bag of yours rattling when you came back after Exeat. Yeah, Angus says. We all owe her a thank you. I'd thank her, Duncan says. Always remember your mum being a bit of a MILF, Pete. You better share the love tomorrow, mate, Femi says. Pete winks at him. You know me. Always do well by my boys. How about now? I ask. I suddenly feel I need a hit to blur the edges and the weed I smoked earlier has worn off. I like your attitude, J-Dog, Pete says. But you gotta pace yourself. You better behave yourselves tomorrow, Will says, mock sternly. I don't want my groomsmen showing me up. We'll behave, mate, Pete says, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Just want to make sure our boy's wedding is an occasion to remember. Will's always been the center of everything, the anchor of the group, all of us revolving round him. Good at sport, good enough grades, with a bit of extra help here and there. Everyone liked him. And I guess it seemed effortless, as though he didn't work for anything. If you didn't know him like I did, that is. We all sit and drink in silence for a few moments in the sun. This is like being back at Trev's, Angus says, ever the historian. Remember how we used to smuggle beers into the school? Climb up onto the roof of the sports hall to drink them? Yeah, Duncan says. Seem to remember you shitting yourself then, too. Angus scowls. Fuck off. Jono smuggled them in really, Femi says, from that offie in the village. Yeah, Duncan says, because he was a tall, ugly, hairy bastard, even at 15, weren't you, mate? He leans over, punches me on the shoulder. And we drank them warm from the can, Angus says, 'cause we didn't have any way to cool them down. Best thing I've ever drunk in my life, probably, even now, when we could all drink, you know, chilled fucking dom every day of the week if we wanted to. You mean like we did a few months ago, Duncan says. At the IAC. When was this? I ask. Will says. Sorry, Jono. I knew it would be too far for you to come, you being in Cumbria and everything. Oh, I say. Yeah, that makes sense. I think of them having a nice old champagne lunch together at the Royal Automobile Club, one of those posh members-only places. Right. I take a big long swig of my Guinness. I could really do with some more weed. It was the kick of it, Femi says, back at school, at Trev's. That's what it was. Knowing we could get caught. Jesus, Will says. Do we really have to talk about Trev's? It's bad enough that I have to hear my dad talking about the place. He says it with a grin, but I can see he's got this slightly pinched look, as if his Guinness has gone down the wrong way. I always felt sorry for Will having a dad like his. No wonder he felt he had to prove himself. I know he'd prefer to forget his whole time at that place. I would too. Those years at school seemed so grim at the time, Angus says, but now, looking back, and Christ knows what this says about me, I think in some ways they feel like the most important of my life. I mean, I definitely wouldn't send my own kids there, no offense to your dad, Will, but it wasn't all bad. Was it? I dunno, Femi says doubtfully. I got singled out a lot by the teachers. Fucking racists. He says it in an offhand way, but I know it wasn't always easy for him, being one of the only black kids there. I loved it, Duncan says, and when the rest of us look at him, he adds, honest. Now I look back on it, I realize how important it was, you know. Wouldn't have had it any other way. It bonded us. Anyway, says Will, back to the present. I'd say things are pretty good now for all of us, wouldn't you? They're definitely good for him. The other blokes have done all right for themselves too. Femi's a surgeon, Angus works for his dad's development firm, Duncan's a venture capitalist, whatever that means, and Pete's in advertising, which probably doesn't help his coke habit. So what are you up to these days, Jono? Pete asks, turning to me. You are doing that climbing instructor stuff, right? I nod. The adventure center, I say. Not just climbing. Bushcraft, building camps. Yeah, Duncan says, cutting me off. You know, I was thinking of a team bonding day, was going to talk to you about it. Cut me some mates rates. I'd love to, I say, thinking someone as minted as Duncan doesn't need to ask for mates rates. But I'm not doing it anymore. Oh? Nah. I've set up a whiskey business. It'll be coming out pretty soon. Maybe in the next 6 months or so. And you've got stockists? Angus asks. He sounds rather put out. I suppose it doesn't fit with his image of big, stupid Jono. I've somehow managed to avoid the boring office job and come out on top. I have, I say, nodding. I have. Waitrose? Duncan asks. Sainsbury's? And the rest? There's a lot of competition out there, Angus says. Yeah, I say. Lots of big old names, celebrity brands, even that UFC fighter, Conor McGregor. But we want to go for a more, I dunno, artisanal feel. Like those new gins. We're lucky enough to be serving it tomorrow, Will says. Jono brought a case with him. We'll have to give it a try this evening, too. What's the name again? I know it's a good one. Hellraiser, I say. I'm quite proud of the name, actually. Different to those fusty old brands. And a little annoyed Will's forgotten, it's only on the labels of the bottles I gave him yesterday. But the bloke's getting married tomorrow. He's got other stuff on his mind. Who'd have thought it? Femi says. All of us, respectable adults. And having come out of that place. Again, no offense to your dad, Will. But it was like somewhere from another century. We're lucky we got out alive, for boys left every term, as I recall. I couldn't ever have left. My folks were so excited when I got the rugby scholarship, that I got to go to a posh school, a boarding school. All the opportunities it would give me, or so they thought. Yeah, Pete says. Remember there was that boy who drank ethanol from the science department because he was dared to, they had to rush him to hospital. Then there were always the kids who had nervous breakdowns. Oh shit, Duncan says, excitedly, and there was that little weedy kid, the one who died. Only the strong survived. He grins round at us all. The ones who raised hell, am I right, boys? All back together this weekend. Yeah, Femi says. But look at this. He leans over and points to the patch where he's going a bit thin on top. We're getting old and boring now, aren't we? Speak for yourself, mate. Duncan says. I reckon we could still fire things up if the occasion demanded it. Not at my wedding you won't, Will says, but he's smiling. Especially at your wedding we will, Duncan says. Thought you'd be the first to get married, mate, Femi says to Will. Being such a hit with the ladies. And I thought you never would, Angus says, sucking up like always, too much of a hit with them. Why settle? Do you remember that girl you shagged? Pete asks. From the local comp. That topless Polaroid you had of her. Jesus. One for the wank bank, Angus says. Still think about that photo sometimes. Yeah, because you never get any action yourself, Duncan says. Will winks. Anyway. Seeing as we're all together again, even if we're old and boring, as you so charmingly put it, Femi, I think that deserves a toast. I'll drink to that, Duncan says, raising his can. Me too, says Pete. To the survivors, Will says. The survivors. We echo him. And just for a moment, when I look at the others, they look different, younger. It's like the sun has gilded them. You can't see Femi's bald spot from this angle, or Angus's paunch, and Pete looks less like he only goes out at night. And, if possible, even Will looks better, brighter. I have this sudden sense that we're back there, sitting on that sports hall roof and nothing bad has happened yet. I'd give a fair amount to return to that time. Right, Will says, draining the dregs of his Guinness. I better get downstairs. Charlie and Hannah will be arriving soon. Jules wants a welcoming party on the jetty. I suppose once everyone's here the weekend will kick off in earnest. But I wish for a moment we could go back to just Will and me, shooting the breeze, like we were before the others arrived. I haven't seen all that much of Will recently. Yet he's the person who knows more about me than anyone in the world, really. And I know the most about him. Olivia. The bridesmaid. My room used to be a maid's quarters, apparently. I worked out pretty quickly that I'm directly below Jules and Will's room. Last night I could hear everything. I did try not to, obviously. But it was like the harder I tried, the more I heard every tiny sound, every groan and gasp. Almost as if they wanted to be heard. They did it this morning too, but at least then I could get out, escape the folly. We're all under instructions not to go walking around the island after dark. But if it happens again this evening, there's no way I'm going to stay here. I'd prefer to take my chances with the peat bog and the cliffs. I toggle my phone onto airplane mode and off again, to see if anything happens to the little no signal message, but it does fuck all. I doubt I have any new messages. I've sort of lost contact with all my mates. It's not like we've fallen out. It's more that I've left their world since I dropped out of uni. They sent me messages at first. Hope you're okay, babes. Call if you need to chat, lives. See you soon, yeah? We miss you. What happened? Suddenly I feel like I can't breathe. I reach for the bedside table. The razor blade is there, so small, but so sharp. I pull down my jeans and press the razor's edge to my inner thigh, up near my knickers, drag it into my flesh until the blood wells. The color's such a dark red against the blue-white skin there. It's not a very big cut, I've made bigger. But the sting of it focuses everything to a point, to the metal entering my flesh, so that for a moment nothing else exists. I breathe a little easier. Maybe I'll do one more. There's a knock on my door. I drop the blade, fumbling to get my jeans closed. Who is it? I call. Me, Jules says, pushing the door open before I tell her she can come in, which is so Jules. Thank God I reacted quickly. I need to see you in your bridesmaid dress, she says. We've got a bit of time before Hannah and Charlie arrive. Jono's forgotten his bloody suit, so I want to make sure that at least one member of the wedding party looks good. I've already tried it on, I say. It definitely fits. Lie. I have no idea whether it fits or not. I was meant to come to the shop to try it on. But I found an excuse every time Jules tried to get me there. Eventually she gave up and bought it, on condition I tried it on and told her it fitted straight away. I told her it did, but I couldn't make myself put it on. It's been in its big stiff cardboard box since Jules had it delivered. You may have tried it on, Jules says, but I want to see it. She smiles at me, suddenly, like she's just remembered to do so. You can do it in our bedroom, if you like. She says it as if she's offering some amazing privilege. No thanks, I say. I'd prefer to stay here. Come on, she says. We've got a nice big mirror. I realize it isn't optional. I go to the wardrobe and lift out the big duck egg blue box. Jules's mouth tightens. I know she's pissed off I haven't hung it up yet. Growing up with Jules sometimes felt like having a second mother, or one who was like other mums, bossy, strict, all that stuff. Mum was never really like that, but Jules was. I follow her up to their bedroom. Even though Jules is super tidy and even though there's a window open to let the fresh air in, it smells of bodies in here, and men's aftershave and, I don't want to think, of sex. It feels wrong being in here, in their private space. Jules closes the door and turns to me with her arms folded. Go on then, she says. I don't feel like I have much choice. Jules is good at making you feel that. I strip down to my underwear, keeping my legs pressed together in case my thigh's still bleeding. If Jules sees, I'll have to tell her I've got my period. My skin prickles into goosebumps in the slight breeze coming through the window. I can feel her watching me. I wish she'd give me a bit of privacy. You've lost weight, she says critically. Her tone is caring, but it doesn't quite ring true. I know she's probably jealous. Once, when she got drunk, she went on about how kids had got at her at school for being chubby. She's always making comments about my weight, like she doesn't know I've always been skinny, ever since I was a little girl. But it's possible to hate your body when you're thin, too. To feel like it's kept secrets from you. To feel like it's let you down. Jules is right, though. I have lost weight. I can only wear my smallest jeans at the moment, and even they slip down off my hips. I haven't been trying to lose weight or anything. But that feeling of emptiness I get when I don't eat as much, it matches how I feel. It seems right. Jules is taking the dress out of the box. Olivia, she says crossly. Has this been in here the whole time? Look at these creases. This silk's so delicate. I thought you'd look after it a bit better. She sounds as though she's talking to a child. I guess she thinks she is. But I'm not a child anymore. Sorry, I say. I forgot. Lie. Well. Thank goodness I've brought a steamer. It'll take ages to get all of these out, though. You'll have to do that later. But for now, just try it on. She has me put out my arms, like a child, while she shrugs the dress down over my head. As she does, I spot an inch-long, bright pink mark on the inside of her wrist. It's a burn, I think. It looks sore and I wonder how she did it. Jules is so careful, she's never normally clumsy enough to burn herself. But before I can get a better look, she has taken hold of my upper arms and is steering me towards the mirror so both of us can look at me in the dress. It's a blush pink color, which I would never wear, because it makes me look even paler. The same color, almost, as the swanky manicure Jules made me get in London last week. Jules wasn't happy with the state of my nails. She told the manicurist to do the best you can with them. When I look at my hands now, it makes me want to laugh. The prissy princess pink shimmer of the polish next to my bitten down, bleeding cuticles. Jules steps back, her arms folded and eyes narrowed. It's quite loose. God, I'm sure this was the smallest size they had. For Christ's sake, Olivia. I wish you'd told me it didn't fit properly. I would have had it taken in. But. She frowns, moving around me in a slow circle. I feel that breeze through the door again, and shiver. I don't know, maybe it works a little loose. I suppose it's a look, of sorts. I study myself in the mirror. The shape of the dress itself isn't too offensive, a slip, bias cut, quite 90s. Something I might even have worn if it was another color. Jules isn't wrong, it doesn't look terrible. But you can see my black pants and my nipples through the fabric. Don't worry, Jules says, as though she's read my mind. I've got a stick-on bra for you. And I've bought you a nude thong. I knew you wouldn't have one yourself. Great. That will make me feel a lot less fucking naked. It's weird, standing together in front of the mirror, Jules behind me, both of us looking at my reflection. There are obvious differences between us. We're totally different shapes, for one, and I have a slimmer nose, Mum's nose, while Jules has better hair, thick and shiny. But when we're together like this, I can see that we're more similar than people might think. The shape of our faces is the same, like Mum's. You can see we're sisters, or nearly. I wonder if Jules is seeing it too, the similarity between us. Her expression is all odd and pinched looking. "Oh, Olivia," she says. And then, I see it happen, in the mirror in front of us. Before I actually feel it, she reaches out and takes my hand in hers. I freeze. It's so unlike Jules. She is not big on physical contact, or affection. "Look," she says, "I know we haven't always got along. But I am proud to have you as my bridesmaid. You do know that, don't you?" "Yes," I say. It comes out as a bit of a croak. Jules gives my hand a squeeze, which for her is like a full-blown hug. "Mum says you broke up with that guy. You know, Olivia, at your age it can feel like the end of the world. But then later you meet someone who you really click with and you understand the difference. It's like Will and me." "I'm fine," I say. "It's fine." Lie. I do not want to talk about any of this with anyone. Jules least of all. She's the last person who would understand if I told her I can't remember why I ever bothered to put makeup on, or nice underwear, or buy new clothes, or go and get my hair cut. It seems like someone else did all those things. Suddenly I feel really weird. Sort of faint and sick. I sway a bit, and Jules catches me, her hands gripping my upper arms hard. "I'm fine," I say, before she can even ask what's wrong. I bend down and unfasten the over-fancy grey silk cords Jules has chosen for me, with their jeweled buckles, which takes ages because my hands have become all clumsy and stupid. Then I reach up and drag the dress over my head, so hard that Jules gives a little gasp, like she thinks it might tear. I didn't use her pillow. "Olivia," she says. "What on earth has gotten into you?" "Sorry," I say. But I only mouth the words, no actual sound comes out. "Look," she says. "Just for these few days I'd like you to try and make a bit of an effort. Okay. This is my wedding, Livy. I've tried so hard to make it perfect. I bought this dress for you. I'd like you to wear it because I want you there, as my bridesmaid. That means something to me. It should mean something to you, too. Doesn't it?" I nod. Yeah, it does. And then, because she seems to be waiting for me to go on, I add, "I'm okay. I don't know what that was before. I'm fine now." Lie. Jules. The bride. I push open the door to my mother's room into a cloud of Shalimar perfume and, possibly, cigarette smoke. She better not have been smoking in here. Mum is sitting at the mirror in her silk kimono, busy outlining her lips in her signature carmine. Goodness, that's a murderous expression. "What do you want, darling?" Darling. The strange cruelty of that word. I keep my tone calm, reasonable. I am being my best self, today. Olivia is going to behave herself tomorrow, isn't she? My mother gives a weary sigh. Takes a sip of the drink she's got next to her. It looks suspiciously like a martini. Great, so she's already on the strong stuff. "I made her my bridesmaid," I say. "I could have picked from 20 other people." Not quite true. But she's acting as though it's this big drag. I've hardly asked her to do anything. She didn't come to the hen do even though there was a room free in the villa for her. It did look odd. "I could have come instead, darling." I stare at her. It would never have occurred to me that she might have wanted to come. Besides, no bloody way was I ever going to invite my mother to the hen do. It would, inevitably, have morphed into the Araminta Jones show. Look, I say. None of that really matters. It's in the past now, I suppose. But is she at least going to try and look happy for me? She's had a difficult time, Mum says. You mean because her boyfriend broke up with her or whatever it was? They were only going out for a few months according to what I've seen on Instagram. Clearly a romance of epic proportions. A note of petulance has crept in, despite my best intentions. My mother is now concentrating on the more precise work of outlining her Cupid's bow. But, darling, she says, once she has finished, when you think about it, you and the gorgeous will haven't been together all that long, have you? That's rather different, I say, nettled. Olivia's 19. She's still a teenager. Love is what teenagers think has happened when actually they're just stuffed full of hormones. I thought I was in love when I was about her age. I think of Charlie at 18, the deep biscuit tan, the white line sometimes visible beneath his board shorts. It occurs to me that my mother never knew, or cared to know, about my adolescent affairs of the heart. She was too busy with her own love life. Thank God, I'm not sure any teenager wants that kind of scrutiny. And yet I can't help but feel that this all proves she and Olivia are much closer than we ever were. When your father left me, Mum says, you have to remember that I was about the same age. I had a newborn baby. I know, Mum, I say, as patiently as I can. I've heard more times than I ever needed to about how my birth ended what definitely, probably, maybe would have been a highly successful career for my mother. Do you know what it was like for me? She asks. Ah, here it comes, the same old script. Trying to have a career and a tiny baby. Trying to make a living, to make something of myself. Just so I could put food on the table. You didn't have to continue trying to get acting jobs, I think. If you'd really wanted to put food on the table, that probably wasn't the most sensible way to do it. We didn't have to spend your tiny income on an apartment off Shaftesbury Avenue in Zone 1 and not be able to afford to eat as a result. It's not my fault you made some bad decisions when you were a teenager and got yourself knocked up. As usual, I don't say any of this. We were talking about Olivia, I say, instead. Well, Mum says, let's just say that there was a little more to Olivia's experience than a bad breakup. She examines the glossy finish of her nails, carmine, too, as though her fingers have been dipped in blood. Of course, I think. This is Olivia, so it had to be special and different in some way. Careful, Jules. Don't be bitter. Best behavior. What, then? I ask. What else was there? It's not my place to say. This is surprisingly discreet, coming from my mother. And besides, she says, Olivia's like me in that, an empath. We can't simply smother our feelings and put a brave face on it like some people can. I know that in a sense this is true. I know that Olivia does feel things deeply, too deeply, that she does take them to heart. She's a dreamer. She was always coming home from school with playground scrapes and bruises from bumping into things. She's a nail biter, a hair splitter, an overthinker. She's fragile. But she's also spoiled. And I can't help sensing implied criticism in Mum's reference to some people. Just because the rest of us don't wear our hearts on our sleeves, just because we have found a way of managing our feelings, it doesn't mean they're not there. Breathe, Jules. I think of how Olivia looked so oddly at me when I told her I was happy to have her as my bridesmaid. I couldn't help feeling a small pang as, trying on the dress, she slipped out of her clothes and revealed her slender, stretch mark-free body. I know she felt me staring. She is definitely too thin and too pale. And yet she looked undeniably gorgeous. Like one of those 90s heroin chic models, Kate Moss lounging in a bedsit with a string of fairy lights behind her. Looking at her, I was caught between those two emotions I always seem to feel when it comes to Olivia, a deep, almost painful tenderness, and a shameful, secret envy. I suppose I haven't always been as warm towards her as I might. Now she's older, she's wised up a little, and of late, since the engagement party especially, she has been noticeably cool. But when Olivia was younger she used to trail around after me like an adoring puppy. I got quite used to her displays of unrequited affection. Even as I envied her. Mum turns around on her chair now. Her face is suddenly very somber, uncharacteristically so. Look. She's had a difficult time, Jules. You can't possibly begin to know the half of it. That poor kid has been through a lot. The poor kid. I feel it, at that. I thought I'd be immune to it by now. I'm ashamed to find that I am not, the little dart of envy, under my ribs. I take a deep breath. Remind myself that here I am, getting married. If Will and I have kids their childhood will be nothing like mine was, Mum with her string of boyfriends, all actors, always on the verge of a big break. Someone finding me a place to sleep on the coats at all the inevitable Soho after-parties, because I was 6 years old and all my classmates would have been tucked up hours before. Mum turns back to the mirror. She squints at herself, pushes her hair one way, then the other, twists it up behind her head. Got to look good for the new arrivals, she says. Aren't they handsome, all of Will's friends? Oh Christ. Olivia doesn't know how good she had it, how lucky she was. To her it was all normal. When her dad, Rob, was around, Mum became this proper mother figure, cooked meals, insisted on bed by 8, there was a playroom full of toys. Mum eventually got bored of playing happy families. But not before Olivia had had a whole, contented childhood. Not before I had begun half-hating that little girl with everything she didn't even know she had. I'm itching with the need to break something. I pick up the Trudon candle on the dressing table, heft it in my hand, imagine how it would feel to watch it splinter to smithereens. I don't do this anymore, I've got it under control. I definitely wouldn't want Will to see this side of me. But around my family I find myself regressing, letting all the old pettiness and envy and hurt come rushing back until I am teenage Jules, plotting to get away. I must be bigger than this. I have forged my own path. I have built it all on my own, something stable and powerful. And this weekend is a statement of that. My victory march. Through the window I hear the sound of a boat's engine guttering. It must be Charlie arriving. Charlie will make me feel better. I put the candle back down. Hannah. The +1. By the time we finally reach the stiller waters of the island's inlet I've been sick 3 times and I'm soaked and cold to the bone, feeling as wrung out as an old dishcloth and clinging to Charlie like he's a human life raft. I'm not sure how I'm going to walk off the boat as my legs feel like they've got no bones left. I wonder if Charlie's embarrassed to be turning up with me in the state I'm in. He always gets a bit funny around Jules. My mum would call it putting on airs. Oh look, Charlie says, see those beaches over there? The sand really is white. I can see the way the sea turns an astonishing aquamarine color in the shallows, the light bouncing off the waves. At one end the land shears away in dramatic cliffs and giant stacks that have become separated from the rest. At the other end is an improbably small castle, right out on a promontory, perched over a few shelves of rocks and the crashing sea below. Look at that castle, I say. I think that's the Folly, Charlie says. That's what Jules called it, anyway. Trust posh people to have a special name for it. Charlie ignores me. We'll be staying in there. It should be fun. And it'll be a nice distraction, won't it? I know this month's always tough. Yeah, I nod. Charlie squeezes my hand. We both fall silent for a moment. And, you know, he says, suddenly, being without the kids for a change. Being adults again. I shoot him a look. Is there a touch of wistfulness in his tone? It's true that we haven't done very much recently other than keep two small people alive. I even feel, sometimes, that Charlie's a bit jealous of how much love and attention I lavish on the kids. Remember those days in the beginning, Charlie said an hour ago, as we drove through the beautiful countryside of Connemara, admiring the red heather and the dark peaks, when we'd get on a train with a tent and go camping somewhere wild for the weekend. God, that seems a long time ago. We'd spend whole weekends having sex back then, surfacing only to eat or go for walks. We always seemed to have some spare cash. Yeah, our lives are rich now in another way, but I know what Charlie's getting at. We were the first in our group of friends to have kids. I got pregnant with Ben before we got married. Even though I wouldn't change any of it, I've wondered whether we missed out on a couple more years of carefree fun. There's another self that I sometimes feel I lost along the way. The girl who always stayed for one more drink, who loved to dance. I miss her, sometimes. Charlie's right. We've needed a weekend away, the two of us. I only wish that our first proper escape in ages didn't have to be at the glamorous wedding of Charlie's slightly terrifying friend. I don't want to think too hard about when the last time we had sex was, because I know the answer will be too depressing. A while, anyway. In honor of this weekend I've had my first bikini wax in. Jesus, quite a long time, anyway, if you don't count those little boxes of DIY strips mainly left unused in the bathroom cupboard. Sometimes, since the kids, it's as though we're more like colleagues, or partners in a small, somewhat shaky startup that we have to devote all our attention to, rather than lovers. Lovers. When was the last time we thought of ourselves as that? Crap, I say, to distract myself from this line of thought, look at that marquee. It's enormous. It's so big it looks like a tented city rather than a single structure. If anyone were going to have a really fancy marquee, it would be Jules. The rest of the island looks, if possible, even more hostile than it did from far away. It seems incredible that this forbidding place is going to accommodate us for the next few days. As we get closer I can see a cluster of small, dark dwellings behind the folly. And on the crest of a hill rising up beyond the marquee is a bristle of dark shapes. At first I think they're people, an army of figures awaiting our arrival. Only they seem oddly, impossibly still. As we draw closer I realize that the strange, upright forms seem to be grave markers. And what looked like large bulbous heads are crosses, Celtic ones, the round circle enclosing the even-sided cross. There they are. Charlie says. He gives a wave. I see the cluster of figures on the jetty now, waving. I comb my fingers through my hair, although I know from long experience that I'm probably making it more wild. I wish I had a bottle of water to swig from to help the sour taste in my mouth. As we draw closer, I can make them all out a little better. I see Jules, and even from this distance, I can see that she looks immaculate, the only person who could wear all white in a place like this and not immediately stain her clothes. Near Jules and will stand two women who I can only assume must be Jules's family. The glossy dark hair gives them away. There's Jules's mum, Charlie says, pointing to the elder woman. Wow, I say. She's not what I expected at all. She wears black skinny jeans and little cat-eye black glasses pushed back onto a glossy dark bob. She doesn't look old enough to have a 30-something daughter. Yeah, she had Jules pretty young, Charlie says, as if reading my mind. And that must be, Jesus Christ. I suppose that must be Olivia. Jules's little half-sister. She doesn't look so little now, I say. She's taller than both Jules and her mum, a totally different shape to Jules, who's all curves. She's very striking looking, beautiful, even, and her skin is pale in the way that only really looks good with black hair, like hers. Her legs in her jeans look as though they've been drawn with two long thin lines of charcoal. God, I'd kill for legs like that. I can't believe how much older she is, Charlie says. He's half whispering now, we're close enough that they might hear us. He sounds a bit freaked out. Is she the one who used to have a crush on you? I ask, dredging this fact up from some half-remembered conversation with Jules. Yes, he says, with a rueful grin. God, Jules used to tease me about it. It was pretty embarrassing. Funny, but embarrassing, too. She used to find excuses to come and talk to me and lounge around in that disturbingly provocative way 13-year-olds can. I look at the gorgeous creature on the jetty and think, I bet he wouldn't be so embarrassed now. Matty is suddenly busying himself around us, putting out fenders on one side, readying a rope. Charlie steps forward, let me help. Matty waves him away, which I suspect Charlie's a little offended by. Chuck it here. Will strides up the jetty towards us. On TV, he's good-looking. In the flesh, he's pretty breathtaking. Let me help you, he calls to Matty. Matty throws him a rope and Will catches it expertly in midair, revealing a slice of muscular stomach beneath his Aran knit jumper. I wonder if I'm imagining Charlie bristling next to me. Boats are his thing. He was a sailing instructor in his youth. But everything outdoorsy, it seems, is Will's thing. Welcome, you two. He grins and reaches out a hand to me. Need a lift? I don't really, but I take it anyway. He grabs me under my armpit and lifts me over the side of the boat as though I'm as light as a child. I catch a gust of some subtle, masculine scent, moss and pine, and realize with dismay how I must smell in return, like vomit and seaweed. He has it in real life, I can tell already, that charm, that magnetism. In one of the articles I read about him, while watching the show, because obviously I had to start Googling everything I could find about him, the journalist joked that she basically just watched it because she couldn't tear her eyes away from Will. Lots of people became outraged, claimed it was objectification, that if the same piece had been written by a man the journalist would have been roasted alive. But I bet the show's PR team opened the champagne. If I'm honest, I can see what she meant. There are lots of shots of Will stripped to the waist, or grunting his way up a rock face, always looking incredibly attractive. But it's more than that. He has a particular way of talking to the camera, an intimacy, so that you feel you might be lying next to him in the temporary shelter he's built out of branches and tree bark, blinking in the light of his head torch. It's the feeling of a companionable solitude, that it's just you and him in the wilderness. It's a seduction. Charlie reaches out a hand to Will. Oh, what the hell? Will says, ignoring it to envelop Charlie in a big hug. I can see the tension in Charlie's back from here. Will, Charlie says, with a curt nod, stepping away immediately. It's borderline rude when Will's being so welcoming. Charlie. Jules is coming forward now, reaching out her arms. It's been so long. God, I've missed you. Jules, the other woman in Charlie's life. The most significant woman in his life, until I came along. They hug for a long time. At last we follow Jules and Will up towards the folly. Will tells us it was originally built as a coastal defense, then converted by some wealthy Irishman into a holiday home a century ago, a place to retreat to for a few days, entertain friends. But if you didn't know, you could almost believe it was medieval. There's a small turret and in amongst the bigger windows are tiny ones, false arrow slits. Charlie says, he's quite into castles. As we make our way there we see a chapel, or what remains of a chapel, hidden behind the folly. The roof seems to be completely gone, leaving only the walls and 5 tall pillars, what might once have been the spires, reaching for sky. The windows are gaping empty holes in the stone and the whole front of it must have fallen away. That's where the ceremony will take place tomorrow, Jules says. It's beautiful, I say. So romantic. All the right things. And I suppose it is beautiful, in a stark way. Charlie and I got married in the local registry office. Definitely not beautiful, a poky municipal room, a bit scuffed and cramped. Jules was there too, of course, looking rather out of place in her designer outfit. The whole thing was over in what felt like 20 minutes. We met the next couple coming in on our way out. But I wouldn't have wanted to get married in a place like the chapel. It is beautiful, yes, but there's definitely something tragic about its beauty, even slightly macabre. It stands out against the sky like a twisted, long-fingered hand, reaching up from the ground. There's a haunted look about it. I watch Will and Jules as we follow them. I would never have had Jules down as a very tactile person, but her hands are all over him. It's as if she can't not touch him. You can tell they are having sex. A lot of it. It's hard to watch as her hand slides into the back pocket of his jeans, or up beneath the fabric of his t-shirt. I bet Charlie's noticed, too. I won't mention it, though. That would only draw attention to the lack of sex we're having. We used to have really good, adventurous sex. But these days we're so knackered all the time. And I find myself wondering whether, since kids, I feel different to Charlie, or whether he fancies me as much now my boobs are not the same boobs they were before breastfeeding. Now I have all this strange slack skin on my belly. I know I shouldn't ask, because my body has performed a miracle, too, in fact. And yet it is important for a couple to still desire each other, isn't it? Jules has never really had a lasting relationship in all the time Charlie and I have been together. I always sensed she didn't have time for anything serious, so focused was she on the download. Charlie liked predicting how long they would last, 3 months, tops. Or, this one's already past its expiry date, if you ask me. And he was always the one she called when she did break up with them. Part of me wonders how he feels now, seeing her settled at last. I'd guess not entirely happy. My suspicions about the two of them threatened to surface. I pushed them back down. As we near the building, a big cackle of laughter erupts from somewhere above. I glance up and see a group of men on top of the Follies battlements, looking down at us. There's a mocking note to the laughter and I'm suddenly very aware of the state of my clothes and hair. I'm convinced that we're the butt of their joke. Olivia. The bridesmaid. Seeing Charlie again reminds me of how I used to moon about after him. It was only a few years ago, really, but I was a kid then. It's embarrassing, thinking of the girl I used to be. But it also makes me kind of sad. I'm looking for somewhere to hide from them all. I take the track past the ruined houses, left over from when people used to live on this island. Jules told me that the islanders abandoned their homes because they found it easier to live on the mainland, that they wanted electricity and stuff. I get that. Just the fact of being stuck here would drive you mental. Even if you managed to get a boat to the mainland, you'd still be a million miles away from anywhere. Your nearest, I don't know, H&M, say, would be hundreds of miles away. I've always felt like Mum and I lived out in the sticks, but now I'm just grateful that we don't live on an island in the middle of the Atlantic. So, yeah, I can see why you'd want to leave. But looking at these deserted houses with their empty windows and tumble-down appearance, it's hard not to feel like bad things happened here. Yesterday, I saw something on one of the beaches. It was bigger than the rest of the rocks, grey but smoother, softer looking somehow. I went to get a closer look. It was a dead seal. A baby, I think, because it was so small. I crept a bit closer and then I got a shock. On the other side, which had been hidden from me before, the seal's body was all open, dark red, spilling out. I can't get the image of it out of my head. Since then this place has made me think of death. It only takes me a few minutes to get down to the cave, which is marked on a map of the island in the Folly. The Whispering Cave, it's called. It's like a long wound in the ground, open at both ends. You could fall into it without realizing it was there because the opening is hidden by all this long grass. When I came across it yesterday, I nearly did fall in. I would have broken my neck. That would ruin Jules's perfect wedding, wouldn't it? The thought almost makes me smile. I climb down into the cave, down the rocks at the side that resemble a flight of steps. All the noise in my head dials down a notch and I start to breathe easier, even if there is a weird smell in this place, like sulfur, and maybe also of things rotting. It could be coming from the seaweed, lying all around in here in big dark ropes. Or maybe the stink's coming from the walls, which are spotted with yellow lichen. In front of me is a tiny shingled beach, and the sea beyond. I sit down on a rock. It's damp, but then this whole place is damp. I could feel it on my clothes when I dressed this morning, like they'd been washed and hadn't quite dried. If I lick my lips I can taste salt on my skin. I think about staying here for a long time, even overnight. I could hide here until after the ceremony is over, until it's all done and dusted. Jules would be livid, of course. Although, maybe she'd pretend to be angry, but actually she'd be secretly relieved. I don't think she really wants me at her wedding at all. I think she resents me because Mum gets on better with me and because I have a dad who wants to see me at least occasionally. I know I'm being a bitch. Jules does do nice stuff for me, sometimes, like when she let me stay in her flat in London last summer. And when I remember that I feel bad, like there's a nasty taste in my mouth. I take out my phone. Because of the rubbish signal here my Instagram is stuck with one photo at the top. Of course it would be Ellie's latest post. It's like they're mocking me. The comments underneath. You guys! OMG so cute. Mum plus dad. #mood. So can we assume it's official now? Yeah. Winks. It hurts, still. A pain at the center of my chest. I look at their smug, smiling faces, and part of me wants to lob my phone as hard as I can at the wall of the cave. But that wouldn't sort my problems out. They're all right here with me. I hear a noise in the cave, footsteps, and almost drop my phone in shock. Who's there? I say. My voice sounds small and scared. I really hope it's not the best man, Jono. I caught him looking at me earlier. I stand up and start to clamber out of the cave, keeping close to the wall, which is covered with thousands of tiny rough barnacles that graze my fingertips. Finally I put my head around the wall of rock. Oh Jesus! The figure stumbles backwards and puts a hand to her chest. It's Charlie's wife. Christ! You gave me a right shock. I didn't think anyone was down here. She's got a nice accent, northern. You're Olivia, aren't you? I'm Hannah, I'm married to Charlie. Yeah, I say. I got that. Hi. What are you doing down here? She does a quick glance over her shoulder, like she's checking there's no one listening. Looking for a place to hide. Me too. I decide I like her a little bit for that. Oh, she says, that probably sounded bad, didn't it? I guess Charlie and Jules will catch up better if I'm not around. You know, they have all this history and it doesn't include me. She sounds a bit fed up. History. I'm like 90% sure Charlie and Jules have screwed at some point in the past. I wonder if Hannah's ever thought about that. Hannah sits down on a shelf of rock. I sit, too, because I was here first. I really wish she'd take the hint and leave me alone. I take my pack of cigarettes out of my pocket and tip one out. I wait to see if Hannah's going to say anything. She doesn't. So I go one step further, to test her, I suppose, and offer her one, along with my lighter. She screws up her face. I shouldn't, she says. Then she sighs. But why not? We had such a mental crossing over here, I've got the shakes now. She holds up a hand to show me. She lights up, takes a deep drag and gives another big sigh. I can see she's gone a bit dizzy. Wow. That's gone straight to my head. Haven't had one for so long. Gave up when I got pregnant. but I smoked a lot in my clubbing days. She gives me a look. Yeah, I know, you're thinking that must have been a million years ago. Certainly feels like it. I feel a bit guilty, because I had thought it. But looking at her more closely, I can see that she has 4 piercings in one ear and there's a tattoo on the inside of her wrist, half hidden by her sleeve. Maybe there's another side to her. She takes another big drag. God, that's good. I thought when I gave them up that I'd eventually go off the taste, or wouldn't miss them anymore. She gives a big, deep laugh. Yeah. Didn't happen. She blows out 4 perfect rings of smoke. I'm kind of impressed, despite myself. Callum used to try that, but he never got the hang of it. So you're at uni, right? She asks. Yeah, I say. Whereabouts? Exeter. That's a good one, isn't it? Yeah, I say. I suppose so. I didn't go, Hannah says. No one in my family went to uni, she coughs, except for my sister, Alice. I don't know what to say to that. I don't really know anyone who didn't go to uni. Even Mum went to acting school. Alice was always the clever one, Hannah goes on. I used to be the wild one, if you can believe it. We both went to this crummy school, but Alice came out of there with amazing grades. She taps ash from her cigarette. Sorry, I know I'm banging on. She's on my mind a lot at the moment. Her face has changed, I notice. But I don't feel like I can ask her about it, seeing as we're total strangers. Anyway, Hannah says. You like Exeter? I'm not there anymore, I say. I dropped out. I don't know what made me say it. It would have been so much easier to play along, pretend I was still there. But I suddenly felt like I didn't want to lie to her. Hannah frowns. Oh yeah? You weren't enjoying it then? No, I say. I guess. I had this boyfriend. And he broke up with me. Wow, that sounds pathetic. He must have been a real shit, Hannah says, if you left uni because of him. When I think about everything that happened in the last year, my mind goes hot and blank, and I can't think about it properly or sort it all out in my head. None of it makes sense, especially now, trying to piece it all together. I can't explain it, I think, without telling her everything. So I shrug and say, well, I guess he was my first proper boyfriend. Proper as in more than someone to hook up with at house parties. But I don't say this to Hannah. And you loved him, she says. She doesn't say it like a question, so I don't feel I have to answer. All the same, I nod my head. Yeah, I say. My voice comes out very small and cracked. I didn't believe in love at first sight until I saw Callum, across the bar at Freshers Week, this boy with black curls and beautiful blue eyes. He gave me a sort of slow smile and it was like I knew him. Like we had always meant to come together, to find each other. Callum said he loved me first. I was too scared of making an ass of myself. But eventually I felt like I had to say it too, like it was bursting out of me. When he broke up with me, he told me that he would love me forever. But that's total crap. If you love someone, really, you don't do anything to hurt them. I didn't leave just because he broke up with me, I say, quickly. It was. I take a big drag on my cigarette. My hands trembling. I guess if Callum hadn't broken up with me, none of the rest would have happened. None of the rest? Hannah asks. She's sitting forward, interested. I don't answer. I'm trying to think of a way to go on, but I can't find the right words. She doesn't push me. So there's a long silence, both of us sitting there and smoking. Then, shit. Hannah says. Is it me or has it got quite a lot darker while we've been sitting here? I think the sun started to set, I say. We can't see it from here as we're not facing in the right direction, but you can make out the pink glow in the sky. Oh dear, Hannah says. We should probably make our way back to the folly. Charlie hates being late for anything. He's such a teacher. I reckon I can hide for another 10 minutes, but she's stubbing out her cigarette now. You go, I say. It's fine. It's not important. She squints at me. It kind of sounded like it was. No, I say. Honestly. I can't believe how close I came to telling her about it all. I haven't told anyone the other stuff. Not even any of my mates. It's a relief, really. If I'd told her, there'd be no taking it back. It would be out there in the world, what I've done. AOIFE. The Wedding Planner. 7 o'clock. The table is laid for dinner in the dining room. Freddie's got supper covered, which means it's a free half hour. I decide to pay a visit to the graveyard. The flowers need refreshing and tomorrow we'll be run off our feet. When I step outside, the sun is just beginning to go down, spilling fire upon the water. It tinges pink the mist that has begun to gather over the bog, that shields its secrets. This is my favorite hour. The ushers are sitting up on the battlements. I hear their voices floating down as I leave the folly, louder and slightly more slurred than earlier, the work of the Guinness, I'll bet. Got to send them off with a bang. Yeah, we should do something. Would only be traditional. I'm half tempted to stay and listen, to check they aren't plotting mayhem on my watch. But it sounds harmless. And I've only got this brief window of time to myself. The island looks at its most starkly beautiful this evening, lit up by the glow of the dying sun. But perhaps it will never seem quite so beautiful to me as I remember from those trips we took here when I was a child. The four of us, my family, here to stay for the summer holidays. Nowhere on earth could possibly live up to those halcyon days. But that's nostalgia for you, the tyranny of those memories of childhood that feel so golden, so perfect. There is a whispering in the graveyard when I get there, the beginnings of a breeze stirring between the stones. A harbinger of tomorrow's weather, maybe. Sometimes, when the wind is really up, it seems to carry from here the echoes of women from centuries past performing the Caoned, their keening for the dead. The graves here are unusually close together, because true dry land is in short supply on the island. Even then, at the outer edges the bog has begun to nibble away at it, swallowing several of the graves until only the top few inches remain. Some of the stones have moved closer still, leaning in toward one another as though sharing a secret. The names, the ones that remain visible, are common to Connemara, Joyce, Foley, Kelly, Conneely. It's a strange thing when you consider that the dead on this island far outnumber the living, even now that some of the guests have arrived. Tomorrow will redress the balance. There is a great deal of local superstition about the island. When Freddie and I bought the folly a year or so ago, there was no other bidder. The islanders were always mistrusted, seen as a species apart. I know the mainlanders view Freddie and me as outsiders. Me the towny Jacqueline from Dublin and Freddie the Englishman, a couple who don't know better, who have probably bitten off more than we can chew. Who don't know about Inez and Amplora's dark history, its ghosts. Actually, I know this place better than they think. It is more familiar to me in some ways than any other place I have known in my life. And I'm not worried about it being haunted. I have my own ghosts. I carry them with me wherever I go. I miss you, I say, as I crouch down. The stone stares back at me, blank and mute. I touch it with my fingertips. It is rough, cold, unyielding, so far from the warmth of a cheek, or the soft, springy hair that I recall so vividly. But I hope you'd be proud of me. I feel it as I do every time I crouch here, the familiar, impotent anger rising up in me to leave its bitter taste in my mouth. And then I hear a cackling, from somewhere above me, as though in mockery of my words. No matter how many times I hear it, that sound will never cease to make my blood run cold. I look up and see it there, a big cormorant perched on the highest part of the ruined chapel, its crooked black wings hung open to dry like a broken umbrella. A cormorant on a steeple, that's an ill omen. The devil's bird, they call it in these parts. The Kaliach dub, the black hag, the bringer of death. Here's hoping that the bride and groom don't know this, or that they aren't the superstitious sort. I clap my hands, but the creature doesn't budge. Instead it rotates its head slowly so I can see its stark profile, the cruel shape of its beak. And I realize that it is watching me, sidewise, out of its beady gleaming eye, as though it knows something I do not. Back at the Folly, I carry a tray of champagne flutes through to the dining room, ready for this evening's drinks. As I open the door I see a couple sitting there on the sofa. It takes me a moment to realize that it's the bride and another man, one of the couple that Matty brought across on the boat. The two of them are sitting very close together, their heads touching, talking in low voices. They don't exactly spring apart on noticing my entrance, but they do move a few inches away from one another. And she takes her hand off his knee. "Aoife," the bride calls out. "This is Charlie." I remember his name from the list. "Our MC for tomorrow, I believe," I say. He coughs. "Yes, that's me." "Sure, and your wife's Hannah, isn't she?" "Yes," he says. "Good memory." "We were going through Charlie's duties for tomorrow," the bride tells me. "Of course," I say. "Good." I wonder why she felt the need to explain anything to me. They looked rather cozy together on the sofa, but I'm not here to cast any moral judgment upon my clients, or even to have likes and dislikes, to have opinions on things. That isn't how this sort of thing works. Freddie and I, if everything goes well, should simply fade into the background. We will only stand out if things go wrong, and I shall take care to ensure they will not. The bride and groom and their nearest and dearest should feel that this place is theirs, really, that they are the hosts. We are merely here to facilitate everything, to ensure that the whole weekend runs smoothly. But to do that I can't be completely passive. It is the strange tension of my role. I'll have to keep an eye on all of them, watch for any threatening developments. I will have to try and stay one step ahead. Now. The wedding night. The sound of the scream rings in the air after it has finished, like a struck glass. The guests are frozen in its wake. They are looking, all of them, out of the marquee and into the roaring darkness from where it came. The lights flicker, threatening another blackout. Then a girl stumbles into the marquee. Her white shirt marks her out as a waitress. But her face is a wild animal's, her eyes huge and dark, her hair tangled. She stands there in front of them, staring. She does not appear to blink. Finally a woman approaches her, not one of the guests. It is the wedding planner. "What is it?" she asks gently. "What's happened?" The girl doesn't answer. It seems to the guests that all they can hear is her breathing. There is something animal about that too, rough and hoarse. The wedding planner steps towards her, places a tentative hand on her shoulder. The girl doesn't react. The guests are transfixed, rooted to the spot. Some of them vaguely remember this girl from earlier. She was one of many who smilingly handed them their starters and main courses and desserts. She cleared their plates and refreshed their wine glasses, pouring expertly, her red ponytail bobbing smartly with every step, her shirt white and clean and crisp. Some of them recall her gentle sing-song accent. Could she top them up? Could she get them anything more? Otherwise she was, for want of a better expression, part of the furniture. Part of the well-oiled machinery of the day. Less worthy of proper notice, really, than the chic arrangements of greenery, the wavering flames atop the silver candlesticks. "What happened?" the wedding planner asks again. Her tone is still compassionate, but this time there's more firmness in it, a note of authority. The waitress has begun to tremble, so much so that she looks as though she might be having some sort of fit. The wedding planner puts a hand on her shoulder again, as though to quiet her. The girl holds a hand over her mouth, and it seems for a moment that she might vomit. Then, finally, she speaks. Outside. It is a rasp of sound, hardly human. The guests crane in to listen. She lets out a low moan. Come on, the wedding planner says, calmly, quietly. She gives the girl a gentle shake, this time. Come on. I'm here, I want to help, we all do. And it's okay, you're safe in here. Tell me what has happened. Finally, in that terrible rasping voice, the girl speaks again. Outside. So much blood. And then, right before she collapses, a body. The day before. Hannah. The +1. I bite down on a tissue to blot my lipstick. This place seems worthy of lipstick. Our room here is huge, twice the size of our bedroom back home. Not a single detail has been forgotten. The ice bucket with a bottle of expensive white wine in it, 2 glasses, the antique chandelier in the high ceiling, the big window looking out to sea. I can't go too close to the window or I'll get vertigo, because if you look straight down you can see the waves smashing on the rocks below and a tiny wet sliver of beach. This evening the dying glow of the sunset lights the whole room rose gold. I've had a big glass of the wine, which is delicious, while getting ready. On an empty stomach and after the cigarettes I smoked with Olivia I already feel a bit lightheaded. It was fun smoking in the cave, it felt like a blast from the past. It's inspired me to go for it this weekend. I've felt jittery and sad all month, now here's a chance to cut loose a bit. So I've squeezed myself into a pre-kids black silky dress from And Other Stories. I've always felt good in it. I've blow-dried my hair smooth. It's worth the effort, even if it comes into contact with the moist air from outside and turns into a massive ball of frizz again, like a heady version of Cinderella's pumpkin. I thought Charlie would be waiting for me, crossly, but he only returned to the room a couple of minutes ago himself, so I've had time to brush my teeth and remove any scent of cigarettes, feeling like a naughty teenager. I'd half hoped he would be here though. We could have had a bath together in the claw-footed tub. I've barely seen Charlie since we got off the boat. In fact, he and Jules spent the early evening cozied up together, going through his duties as MC. Sorry, Han, he said, when he got back. Jules wanted to go through all this stuff for tomorrow. Hope you didn't feel abandoned. Now he does an appreciative once-over as I emerge from the bathroom. You look, he raises his eyebrows. Hot. Thank you, I say, doing a little shimmy. I feel hot, I suppose it's been a while since I've gone all out. And I know I shouldn't mind that I can't remember the last time he said that. We join the others in the drawing room, where we're having drinks. It's as well put together as our room, an ancient brick floor, a candelabra bristling with candles, glass boxes on the walls holding vast glistening fish, which I think may be real. How on earth do you taxidermy a fish, I wonder? Small windows show rectangles of blue twilight and everything outside now has a misty, slightly otherworldly quality. Standing surrounded by a cluster of guests, Jules and Will are lit by candlelight. Will seems to be telling some anecdote, the others all listening to whatever he's saying, hanging off his every word. I notice that he and Jules are holding hands, as though they can't bear not to be touching. They look so good together, impossibly tall and elegant, she in a tailored cream jumpsuit and he in dark trousers and a white shirt that makes his tan appear several shades darker. I'd been feeling good about myself but now my own outfit feels inadequate by comparison. While for me And Other Stories is a wild extravagance, I'm sure Jules hardly ventures into high street chains. I end up standing quite near to Will, which isn't a total accident, I seem to be drawn to him. It's a heady experience, being so close to someone you've seen on your TV screen. This feeling of familiarity and strangeness at the same time. I can feel my skin tingling, being in such close proximity. I was aware when I walked over of his gaze raking my face, quickly up and down my person, before he went back to finishing his anecdote. So I am looking good. A guilty thrill goes through me. In the years since I've had kids, probably because I'm always with the kids, I've apparently become invisible to men. It only dawned on me, when I stopped feeling them on me, that I had taken men's glances for granted. That I enjoyed them. Hannah, Will says, turning to me with that famous, generous smile of his. You look stunning. Thanks. I take a big gulp of my champagne, feeling sexy, a little bit reckless. I meant to ask, on the jetty, did we meet at the engagement drinks? No, I say, apologetically. We couldn't make it up from Brighton, sadly. Maybe I've seen you in one of Jules's photos then, you seem familiar. Maybe, I say. I don't think so. I can't imagine Jules displaying a photo that includes me, she's got plenty of just her and Charlie. But I know what Will's doing, helping me feel welcome, one of the gang. I appreciate the kindness. You know, I say, I think I'm getting the same feeling about you. Might I have seen you somewhere before? You know, like on my TV set. It was corny but Will laughs anyway, a rich, low sound, and I feel as though I've just won something. Guilty, he says, raising his hands. As he does I get a gust of that cologne again, moss and pine, a forest floor via an expensive department store perfume haul. He asks me about the kids, about Brighton. He seems fascinated by what I'm saying. He's one of those people who makes you feel wittier and more attractive than normal. I realize I'm enjoying myself, enjoying the delicious glass of chilled champagne. Now, Will says, palm on my back as a gentle steer, warm through my dress, let me introduce you to some people. This is Georgina. Georgina, thin and chic in a column of fuchsia silk, gives me a wintry smile. She can't move her face much and I try hard not to stare. I'm not sure I've ever seen Botox in real life. Were you on the hen-do? She asks. I can't remember. I had to give it a miss, I say. The kids. Partly true. But there's also the fact that it was on a yoga retreat in Ibiza and I could never in a million years have afforded it. You didn't miss much, a man, slender, dark red hair, swoops into the conversation. Just a load of bitches burning their tits off and gossiping over bottles of Whispering Angel. Goodness, he says, giving me a once-over before bending in to kiss my cheek. Don't you scrub up well? Thanks. His smile suggests it was meant kindly, but I'm not totally sure it was a compliment. This man is Duncan, apparently, and he's married to Georgina. He's also one of the ushers, along with the other three guys. Peter, hair slicked back, a party boy look. Oluwami, or Femi, tall, black, seriously handsome. Angus, Boris Johnson blonde and similarly pot-bellied. But in a funny way they all look quite similar. They're all wearing the same striped tie plus crisp white shirts, polished brogues, and tailored jackets that definitely don't come from Next, like Charlie's. Charlie bought his especially for this weekend and I hope he's not feeling too put out by the comparison. But at least he looks fairly dapper next to the best man, Jono, who despite his size somehow reminds me of a kid wearing clothes from the school lost property cupboard. On the face of it they're so charming, these men. But I remember the laughter from the tower as we walked up to the Folly. And even now there's definitely an undercurrent beneath the charm. Smirks, raised eyebrows, as though they're having a secret joke at someone's expense, possibly mine. I move over to chat to Olivia, who looks ethereal in a grey dress. It felt like we bonded a bit earlier in the cave but now she answers me in monosyllables, darting her eyes away. A couple of times my gaze snags with Will's over her shoulder. I don't think it's my fault, sometimes I'll have the impression that his eyes have been on me for a while. It shouldn't be, but it's exciting. It reminds me, I know it's totally inappropriate to say this, but it reminds me most of that feeling you get when you start to suspect that someone you're attracted to fancies you back. I catch myself in the thought. Reality check, Hannah. You're a married mother of 2 and your husband is right there and you're talking to a man who is about to get married to your husband's best friend, who is standing looking like Monica Bellucci, only better dressed. Probably ease off the champagne a little. I've been knocking it back. It's partly nerves, surrounded by this lot. But it's also the sense of freedom. No babysitter to embarrass ourselves in front of later, no small people to have to wake up for in the morning. There's something exotic about being all dressed up with only other adults for company, a plentiful supply of booze, no responsibility. The food smells incredible, I say. Who's cooking? Aoife and Freddie, Jules says. They own the folly. Aoife's our wedding planner, too. I'll introduce you all at dinner. And Freddie is doing the catering for us tomorrow. I can tell it's going to be delicious, I say. God, I'm hungry. Well, your stomach's completely empty, Charlie says. Got rid of it all on the boat, didn't you? Had a vom? Duncan asks, delighted. Fed the fish? I shoot Charlie an icy look. I feel like he's just undone some of the effort I made this evening. I feel like he's playing for laughs, trying to get in on the joke at my expense. I swear he's put on a different voice, posher, but I know if I called him out on it he'd pretend he hadn't a clue what I was talking about. Anyway, I say, it'll make a nice change from chicken nuggets, which I seem to end up eating every other night with the kids. Do you have any good restaurants in Brighton, these days? Jules asks. Jules always acts like Brighton is the sticks. Yes, I say, there are. Except we never go to them, Charlie says. That's not true, I say. We went to that new Italian place. It's not new now, Charlie counters. That was about a year ago. He's right. I can't think of the last time we ate out, other than that. Money has been a bit tight and you have to add the cost of a babysitter on top of the meal. But I wish he hadn't said it. Jono tries to top up Charlie's champagne and Charlie quickly puts his hand over his glass. No thanks. Oh come on, mate, Jono says. Night before the wedding. Got to get a little loose. Come on. Duncan chides. It's only bubbly, not crack. Or are you going to tell us you're pregnant? The other ushers snigger. No, Charlie says again, tightly. I'm taking it easy tonight. I can tell he's embarrassed saying it. But I'm glad he hasn't forgotten himself on this front. So Charlie boy, Jono says, tell us. How did you two first meet? I think at first he means Charlie and I. Then I realize he's looking between Charlie and Jules. Right. A million years ago. Jules says. She and Charlie raise their eyebrows at each other in perfect unison. I taught her to sail, Charlie says. I lived in Cornwall. It was my summer job. And my dad has a house there, Jules says. I hoped if I learnt he might take me out on his boat with him. But it turns out taking your 16-year-old daughter for a sail along the south coast wasn't quite the same as having your latest girlfriend sunbathe on the prow in St. Tropez. It comes out more bitterly than I think she might have intended. Anyway, she says. Charlie was my instructor. She looks at him. I had a big crush on him. Charlie smiles back at her. I laugh along with the others but I'm not really feeling it. It's hardly the first time I've heard this story. It's like a double act they do together. The local boy and the posh girl. Still, my stomach twists as Jules continues. You were mainly concerned with trying to sleep with as many girls of your own age as possible before you went to uni, Jules says to Charlie. It's suddenly like she's speaking only to him. It seemed to work for you, though. That permanent tan and the body you had back then probably helped. Yes, Charlie says. Best body of my life. It was like having a gym membership with the job, working out on the water every day. Sadly, you don't get quite as ripped teaching geography to 15-year-olds. Let's have a look at those abs now, Duncan says, leaning forward and grabbing the bottom of Charlie's shirt. He lifts the hem to show a few inches of pale, soft stomach. Charlie steps back, reddening, tucks himself in. And he seems so grown up, Jules says, heedless of the interruption. She touches Charlie's arm, proprietary. When you're 16, 18 seems so much older. I was shy. That's hard to believe, Jono mumbles. Jules ignores him. But I know at first you thought I was this stuck-up princess. Which was probably true, Charlie says, raising an eyebrow, getting back into his stride. Jules flicks him with champagne from her glass. Oi! They're flirting. There's no other word for it. But no, I realized you were actually quite cool in the end, he says. Discovered that wicked sense of humor. And then I suppose we just stayed in touch, Jules says. Mobiles had started to become a thing, Charlie says. You were the shy one the next year, Jules said. I'd finally got some boobs. I remember seeing you do a double take when I walked down the jetty. I take a big swig of my champagne. I remind myself that they were teenagers. That I am feeling envious of a 17-year-old who no longer exists. Yeah, and you had that boyfriend and everything, Charlie says. He wasn't my biggest fan. Yes, Jules says, with a secretive smile. He didn't last very long. He was very jealous. So did you ever fuck? Jono asks. And just like that, it's the question I've never been able to ask outright. The ushers are delighted. He went there, they cry. Holy shit. They crowd in, excited, gleeful, the circle growing tighter. Maybe that's why I'm suddenly finding it harder to breathe. Jono. Jules says. Do you mind? This is my wedding. But she hasn't said they didn't. I can't look at Charlie. I don't want to know. Then, thank God, there's an interruption, a big bang. Duncan has opened the bottle of champagne he's been holding. Christ, Duncan, Femi says. You nearly took my eye out. How do you guys all know each other? I ask Jono, keen to capitalize on the distraction. Ah, Jono says, we go back years. He puts a hand on Will's shoulder, and somehow this gesture sets him and Will apart from the others. Next to him Will looks even more handsome. They're like chalk and cheese. And there's something a bit weird about Jono's eyes. I spend a while trying to work out exactly what's off about them. Are they too close together? Too small? Yep, Will says. We were at school together. I'm surprised. The other men have that public schoolboy polish, while Jono seems rougher, no cut glass accent. Trevelyan's, Femi says. It was like that book with all the boys on a desert island together, killing each other. Oh Christ, what's it called? Lord of the Flies, Charlie says, the faintest trace of superiority in his tone. I might have gone to state school, it says, but I'm better read than you. It wasn't as bad as all that, Will says quickly. It was more, boys running a bit wild. Boys will be boys. Duncan chips in. Am I right, Jono? Yeah. Boys will be boys, Jono echoes. And we've been friends ever since, Will says. He slaps Jono on the back. Jono here used to drive up in his ancient banger while I was at Edinburgh for uni, didn't you, Jono? Yeah, Jono says. I'd take him out into the mountains for climbing and camping trips. Make sure he didn't get too soft. Or spend all his time shagging around. He pretends to look contrite. Sorry, Jules. Jules tosses her head. Who do we know who went to Edinburgh, Han? Charlie says. I stiffen. How can he possibly have forgotten who it was? Then I see his expression change to one of horror as he realizes his mistake. You know someone? Will says. Who? She wasn't there for very long, I say quickly. You know, Will, I've been wondering. That bit in Survive the Night, in the Arctic tundra. How cold was it? Did you really nearly get frostbite? Yep, says Will. Lost all the feeling in the pads of these fingers. He holds up one hand towards me. The fingerprints have gone from a couple of them. I squint. They don't actually look all that different to me. And yet I find myself saying, oh yes, I think I can. Wow. I sound like a fangirl. Charlie turns to me. I didn't realize you'd seen the show, he says. When did you watch it? We've never watched it together. Oops. I think of those afternoons, setting the kids up with CBeebies, and watching Will's show on my iPad in the kitchen as I heated up their dinner. He looks to Will. No offense, mate, I do keep meaning to catch it. This isn't true. You can tell from the way he says it that it isn't true. He hasn't made any attempt to sound genuine. No offense taken, Will says mildly. Oh, I say. I've never watched the whole thing. I caught the highlights, you know. Methinks the lady does protest too much, Peter says. He takes hold of Will's shoulder, grinning. Will, you've got a fan. Will laughs it off. But I can feel the heat prickling up my neck into my cheeks. I'm hoping it's too dark in here for anyone to see that I'm blushing. Fuck it. I need more champagne. I hold my glass out for a top-up. At least your wife knows how to party, mate, Duncan says to Charlie. Femi pours for me, filling the flute close to the top. Whoa, I say, as it reaches the rim, that's plenty. Suddenly there's a loud plink, and a little splash up over my wrist. I look in surprise to see that something has been dropped into my drink. What was that? I say, confused. Have a look, Duncan says, grinning. Penied you. Have to drink it all now. I stare at him, then at my glass. Sure enough, at the bottom of my very full glass sits the little copper coin, the Queen's stand profile. Duncan. Georgina says, giggling. You're too awful. I don't think I've been penied since I was about 18. Suddenly everyone's looking at me. I look to Charlie, for agreement that I don't have to drink it. But his expression is oddly pleading. It's the sort of look Ben might give me, please don't embarrass me in front of my friends, Mum. This is crazy, I think. I don't have to drink it. I'm a 34-year-old woman. I don't even know these people, they have no hold over me. I won't be made to do it. Down it. Down it. God, they've started to chant. Save the Queen. She's drowning. Down it, down it, down it. I can feel my cheeks reddening. To get their eyes off me, to stop their chanting, I knock the glass back and gulp it all down. I'd thought the champagne was delicious before, but it's awful like this, sour and sharp, stinging my throat as I cough mid-swallow, rushing up inside my nose. I feel some of it spill out over my bottom lip. I feel my eyes tear up. I'm humiliated. It's like everyone has understood the rules of whatever is happening. Everyone but me. Afterwards, they cheer. But I don't think they're cheering me. They're congratulating themselves. I feel like a child who's been surrounded by a ring of playground bullies. When I glance in Charlie's direction, he gives me a kind of apologetic wince. I suddenly feel very alone. I turn away from the others to hide my face. As I do, I catch sight of something that makes my blood run cold. There is someone at the window, looking in at us out of the blackness, observing silently. The face is pressed against the glass, its features distorted into a hideous gargoyle mask, its teeth bared in a horrible grin. As I continue to stare, unable to look away, it mouths a single word. Boo. I'm not even aware of the champagne glass leaving my hand until it explodes at my feet. Now. The wedding night. It is a few moments before the waitress regains consciousness. She is, it appears, uninjured, but whatever she has seen out there has struck her nearly mute. The most they can get from her are low moans, wordless nonsense. I sent her over to the Folly for a couple more bottles of champagne, the head waitress, only 20 or so herself, says helplessly. There is a palpable hush in the marquee. The guests are looking among the throng of people for their loved ones, to check that they are safe and accounted for. But it is difficult to spot anyone among the seething crowd, all a little worse for wear after a day of carousing. It is difficult, too, because of the structure of this state-of-the-art marquee, the dance floor in one tent, the bar in another, the main dining section in the largest. She could have had a scare, a man suggests. She's a teenage girl. It's pitch black out there and it's blowing a gale. But it sounds like someone needs help, another man says. We should go and see. We can't have everyone wandering all over the island. They listen to the wedding planner. She has an innate authority, though she looks as shocked as the rest of them, her face drawn and white. It is blowing a gale, she says. It's dark. And there's the bog, the cliffs. I don't want someone else to injure themselves, if that is what has happened. Must be shitting herself about her insurance, a man mutters. We should go and look, one of the ushers says. Some of us blokes. Safety in numbers and all that. The day before. Jules. The bride. Dad. I say, you terrified poor Hannah. I mean, it was a bit of an overreaction from her, dropping her glass like that. Did she really have to make such a scene? I stifle my annoyance as Aoife begins sweeping up the shards, moving discreetly around us with a broom. Sorry. Dad grins at us all as he enters the room. Thought I'd give ye all a little fright. His accent is more pronounced than usual, presumably as he's on home turf, or nearly. He grew up in the Gaeltacht, the Irish-speaking part of Galway, not far from here. Dad's not a big man, but he manages to take up quite a bit of space and presents an imposing figure, the set of his shoulders, the broken nose. It's difficult for me to see him objectively, because of what he is to me. But I suppose an outsider might assume he was a boxer or something similarly pugilistic, rather than a very successful property developer. Séverine, Dad's latest wife, French, not far off my age, 1 part décolletage and 3 parts liquid eyeliner, slinks in behind him, tossing her long manet of red hair. Well, I say to Dad, ignoring Séverine, I can't be bothered to spend much time on her until she passes the 5-year mark, Dad's record to date. You've made it, at last. I'd known they were scheduled to arrive about now. I had to ask Aoife to arrange the boat. But even then I'd wondered if there might be some excuse, some delay that meant they couldn't make tonight. It wouldn't be the first time. I notice Will and Dad sizing each other up surreptitiously. In Dad's company, oddly, Will seems a little diminished, a little less himself. Looking at him, in his pressed shirt and chinos, I'm worried that to Dad he might seem privileged and glib, very much the ex-public school boy. I can't believe this is the first time you've met, I say. Not for want of bloody trying. Will and I flew to New York specially a few months ago. At the last minute, we learned, Dad had been called away on business in Europe. I imagined our planes crossing somewhere over the Atlantic. Dad is a very busy man, too busy, even, to meet his daughter's fiancé until the eve of her wedding. Story of my bloody life. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ronan, Will says, holding out a hand. Dad ignores the gesture and cuffs him on the shoulder instead. The famous Will, he says. We meet at last. Not particularly famous yet, Will says, giving Dad a winning grin. I wince. It's a rare misstep. It sounded like a humble brag, and I'm fairly sure Dad didn't mean famous as a reference to the TV stuff. Dad's not a fan of celebrities, of anyone making their fortune by anything other than proper hard graft. He's a proudly self-made man. And this must be Severine, Will says, reaching across to give her a kiss on both cheeks. Jules has told me so much about you, and about the twins. No, I haven't. The twins, Dad's latest progeny, were not invited. Severine simpers, melting beneath Will's charm. This does not seem likely to endear Will further to Dad. I wish it didn't matter to me what my father thinks. And yet I stand, transfixed, watching as the two of them circle each other in the small space. It is excruciating. It's some relief when Aoife comes through and tells us that dinner is about to be served. Aoife is a woman after my own heart, organized, capable, discreet. There's a coolness to her, a detachment, which I suppose some might not like. I prefer it. I don't want someone pretending to be my best friend when I'm paying her to do something. I liked Aoife the moment we first spoke on the phone, and I'm half tempted to ask if she'd consider leaving all of this and coming to work at the download. She might look quite homely, but she has a steelier side. We make our way through to the dining room. Mum and Dad, as planned, are seated either end of the table, as physically distant from one another as it is possible to get. I'm genuinely not sure if my parents have spoken more than a few words to one another since the 90s, and it's probably better for the harmony of the weekend if that continues. Severine, meanwhile, is sitting so close to Dad that she might as well be on his lap. She may not be far off half his age, but she's still a 30-something, not a teenager. Tonight, at least, everyone seems to be on pretty good behavior. I think the several bottles of 1999 Bollinger we've drunk are probably helping. Even Mum is being fairly gracious, acting the role of mother of the bride with aplomb. Her skills as an actress have always seemed to come to the fore in real life rather than on the stage. Now Aoife and her husband come in bearing our starters, a creamy chowder flecked with parsley. This is Aoife and Freddie, I tell the others. I don't say that they're our hosts because, really, I'm the host. I'm paying for that privilege. So I settle on, the folly belongs to them. Aoife gives a neat little nod. If you need anything, come to either of us, she says. I hope you'll all enjoy your stay here. And the wedding tomorrow is our first on the island, so it will be particularly special. It's beautiful, Hannah says graciously. And this looks delicious. Thank you, Freddie says, finding his voice. His English, I realize, I'd assumed he was Irish like Aoife. Aoife nods. We picked the mussels ourselves this morning. Once we're all served, the conversation around the table resumes, with the exception of Olivia, who sits there mutely, staring at her plate. Such fond memories of Brighton, Mum is saying to Hannah. You know, I performed down there a couple of times. Oh God. Not long before she starts telling everyone about that time she had penetrative sex on screen for an art house film, never got a release, probably now on Pornhub. Oh, Hannah replies, we feel a bit guilty about not getting to the theatre more often. Where did you perform? The Theatre Royal. No, Mum says, with that slightly haughty tone that creeps into her voice when she's been shown up. It's a little more boutique than that. A toss of her head. It's called the Magic Lantern. In the Lanes. Do you know it? No, Hannah says. And then, quickly, but as I say, we're so out of the loop we wouldn't know anywhere, even if it's the place to go. She's kind, Hannah. That is one of the things I know about her. It sort of spills out of her. I remember meeting Hannah for the first time and thinking, oh, that's who Charlie wants. Someone nice. Someone soft and warm. I'm too much for him. I'm too angry, too driven. He would never have picked me. I'm not envious of Hannah anymore, I remind myself. Charlie might once have been the sailing club hottie, but is softened now, a paunch where that flat brown stomach used to be. And he's settled in his career, too. If I had anything to do with it, he'd be gunning for a deputy head position. There's nothing less sexy than a lack of ambition, is there? I watch Charlie until his gaze snags on mine. I make sure I'm the first to glance away. And I wonder, is he now the jealous one? I've seen the mistrustful way he acts around Will, as though he's trying to find the flaw. I caught him observing the two of us over drinks. And I felt it again, how good we looked together, imagining it through his eyes. How sweet, Mum's saying to Hannah. 5's a lovely age. She's certainly doing a very good job of acting interested. And how are your two, Ronan? She calls down the table. I wonder if it is an intentional slight, not to have included Severine in her question. Actually, scrap that, I don't need to wonder. Despite the impression she works hard to convey of bohemian vagueness, very little my mother does is unintentional. They're good, he says. Thank you, Araminta. They're starting at nursery soon, aren't they? He turns to Severine. OUI, she says. We are looking for a French-speaking nursery for them. So important that they grow up, bilingual like me. Oh, you're bilingual? I ask. I can't help the slight. If Severine notices, she doesn't react. OUI, she says with a shrug. I went to a girls' boarding school in the UK when I was little. And my brothers, they attended a school for boys there too. Goodness, Mum says, still speaking only to Dad. It must all be so exhausting at your age, Ronan. Before he has a chance to reply, she claps her hands. While we're between courses, she says, getting to her feet, I'd like to say a little something. You don't have to, Mum, I call. Everyone laughs. But I'm not joking. Is she drunk? It's difficult to gauge, we've all had quite a bit. And I'm not sure it makes much of a difference with Mum anyway. She's never had any inhibitions to lose. To my Julia, she says, raising her glass. Ever since you were a little girl you've known exactly what you wanted. And woe betide anyone who got in your way. I've never been like that, what I want always changes from week to week, which is probably why I've always been so bloody unhappy. Anyway, you've always known. And what you want, you go after. Oh God. She's doing this because I've banned her from doing a speech at the wedding itself. I'm sure of it. I knew it from the moment you told me about Will that he was what you wanted. Not quite so clairvoyant as it sounds, seeing as I told her, in the same conversation, that we were already engaged. But Mum has never let inconvenient facts get in the way of a good story. Don't they look wonderful together? She asks. Murmurs of assent from the others. I don't like the way the emphasis seemed to land on the look. I knew Jules would need to find someone as driven as her, Mum says. And was there an edge to the way she said driven? It's difficult to be sure. I catch Charlie's eye across the table, he knows of old what Mum is like. He winks at me and I feel a secret fizz of warmth deep in my belly. And she has such style, my daughter. We all know that about her, don't we? Her magazine, her beautiful house in Islington, and now this stunning man here. She puts a red-nailed hand on Will's shoulder. You've always had a good eye, Jules. Like I picked him out to go with a pair of shoes. Like I'm marrying him just because he fits perfectly into my life. And it might seem like madness to anyone else, Mum goes on. To haul everyone out to this freezing godforsaken island in the middle of nowhere. But it is important to Jules, and that's what matters. I don't like the sound of that, either. I'm laughing along with the others. But I'm secretly bracing myself. I want to stand up and say my own piece, as though she's the prosecuting barrister, and I'm the defense. That's not how you're meant to feel, listening to a speech from a loved one, is it? Here's the truth my mother won't speak. If I hadn't known what I wanted, and worked out how to get it, I wouldn't have got anywhere. I had to learn how to get my way. Because my mother wasn't going to be any bloody help. I look at her, in her frothy black chiffon, like a negative of a wedding gown, and her glittering earrings, holding her sparkling glass of champagne, and I think, you don't get this. This isn't your moment. You didn't create it. I created it in spite of you. I grip the edge of the table with one hand, hard, anchoring myself. With the other I pick up my glass of champagne and take a long swig. Say you're proud of me, I think. And it will just about make everything all right. Say it, and I'll forgive you. This might sound a little immodest, Mum says, touching her breastbone. But I have to say that I'm proud of myself, for having brought up such a strong-willed, independent daughter. And she does a little bow, as though to an adoring audience. Everyone claps dutifully as she sits down. I'm trembling with anger. I look at the champagne flute in my hand. I imagine, for one delicious, delirious second, picking it up and smashing it against the table, bringing everything to a halt. I take a deep breath. And instead I rise to make my own toast. I will be gracious, grateful, affectionate. Thank you so much for coming, I say. I strive to make my tone warm. I'm so used to giving talks to my employees that I have to work to keep the note of authority out of my voice. I know some women complain about not being able to get people to take them seriously. If anything, I have the opposite problem. At our Christmas party, one of my employees, Eliza, got drunk and told me I have permanent resting bitch face. I let it go, because she was drunk and wouldn't remember saying it in the morning. But I certainly haven't forgotten it. We're so happy to have you all here, I say. I smile. My lipstick feels waxy and unyielding on my lips. I know it was a long way to come, and difficult to get time away from everything. But from the moment this place came to my attention I knew it was perfect. For Will, so outward bound. And as a nod to my Irish roots. I look to Dad, who grins. And to see you all gathered here, our nearest and dearest, it means so much to me. To both of us. I raise my glass to Will, and he raises his in return. He's so much better at this than I am. He exudes charm and warmth without even trying. I can get people to do what I want, sure. But I haven't always been able to get them to like me. Not in the way that my fiancé can. He gives me a grin, a wink, and I find myself imagining carrying on what we started earlier, in the bedroom. I didn't believe this day would ever come, I say, remembering myself. I've been so busy with the download over the last few years that I thought I'd never have the time to meet someone. Don't forget, Will calls. I had to work pretty hard to persuade you to go on a date. He's right. It seemed somehow too good to be true. He told me later that he'd recently got out of something toxic, that he wasn't looking for anything either. But we really hit it off at that party. I'm so glad you did. I smiled down at him. It still feels like a kind of miracle, how quickly and easily it all happened. If I believed in it, I say, I might think we were brought together by fate. Will beams back at me. Our gazes lock, it's like there's no one else here. And then out of nowhere I think of that bloody note. And I feel the smile waver slightly on my lips. Jono. The best man. It's pitch black outside now. The smoke from the fire fills the room, so that everyone looks different, hazy around the edges. Not quite themselves. We're on to the next course, some fiddly dark chocolate tart. I try to cut into it and it goes shooting off my plate, crumbs of pastry exploding everywhere. Need someone to cut your food for you, big boy? Duncan jeers, from the far end of the table. I hear the other blokes laugh. It's like nothing has changed. I ignore them. Hannah turns to me. So, Jono, she says, do you live in London too? I like Hannah, I've decided. She seems kind. And I like her northern accent and the studs in the top of her ear which make her look like a party girl, even though she's apparently a mum of two. I bet she can be pretty wild when she wants to be. Christ no, I tell her. I hate the city. Give me the countryside any day. I need space to roam free. Are you pretty outdoorsy yourself? Hannah asks. Yeah, I say. I guess you could say that. I used to work at an adventure center in the Lake District. Teaching climbing, bushcraft, all that. Oh wow. I suppose that makes sense, because it was you who organized the stag, right? She smiles at me. I wonder how much she knows about it. Yeah, I say, I did. Charlie hasn't said much about any of it. But I heard there was going to be some kayaking and climbing and stuff. Ah, so he didn't tell her anything about what went down. I'm not surprised. I probably wouldn't if I were him, come to think of it. The less said about all of that the better. Let's hope he's decided to let bygones be bygones on that front. Poor bloke. It wasn't my idea, all of that. Well, yeah, I continue. I've always been into that sort of thing. Yes, Femi interjects. It was Jono who worked out how to scale the wall to get up on top of the sports hall. And you climbed that massive tree outside the dining hall, didn't you? Oh God, Will says to Hannah. Don't get this lot started on our school days. You'll never hear the end of it. Hannah smiles at me. It sounds like you could have your own TV series, Jono. Well, I say. Funny you should say that, but I did actually do a tryout for the show. You did? Hannah asks. For Survive the Night? Yeah. Ah, Christ. Why did I say anything? Stupid Jono, always shooting my mouth off. Jesus, it's humiliating. Yeah, well, they did a screen test, with the two of us, and Jono decided he wasn't up for any of that crap, didn't you? Will says. It's good of him to try to save my blushes. But there's no point in lying now, I might as well say it. He's being a good mate, I say. Truth is I was shit at it. They basically told me I didn't work on screen. Not like our boy here. I lean over and muss up Will's hair, and he ducks away, laughing. I mean, he's right. It wasn't for me anyway. Couldn't stand any of that makeup they slap on you, the clothes they make you wear. Not that that's any shade on what you do, mate. No offense taken, Will says, putting up his hands. He's a natural on screen. He has this ability to be whoever people want him to be. When he's on the program I notice he drops his HS, sounds a bit more like one of the people. But when he's with posh, public school educated blokes who came from the better versions of the sort of school we both went to, he's one of them, 100%. Anyway, I say to Hannah. It makes sense. Who'd ever want this ugly mug on TV, eh? I pull a face. I see Jules glance away from me as though I've just exposed myself. Stuck up cow. So where did the idea for the show come from, Will? Hannah asks. I appreciate that she's trying to move the conversation on, spare me any more humiliation. Yeah, Femi says. You know, I was wondering about that. Was it survival? Survival. Hannah turns to him. This game we used to play at school, Femi explains. Duncan's wife Georgina chips in, oh God. Duncan's told me stories about it. Really awful stuff. He told me about boys being taken out of their beds at night, left in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that's what happened, Femi says. They'd kidnap a younger boy from his bed and take him as far as they could away from the school, deep into the grounds. And we're talking big grounds, Angus says. And the middle of nowhere. Pitch black. No light from anything. It sounds barbaric, Hannah says, her eyes wide. It was a big tradition, Duncan says. They'd been doing it for hundreds of years, since the start of the school. Wool never had to do it, did you, mate? Femi turns to him. Wool holds up his hands. No one ever came and got me. Yeah, Angus says, because they were all shit scared of your dad. The chap would have a blindfold on at the start, Angus says, turning to Hannah, so he didn't know where he was. Sometimes he'd even be tied to a tree, or a fence and had to get free. I remember when I did mine. You pissed yourself, Duncan finishes. No I didn't, Angus replies. Yeah you did, Duncan says. Don't think we've forgotten that. Pisspence. Angus takes a gulp of wine. Fine, well, loads of people did. It was fucking terrifying. I remember my survival. Even though you knew it would happen at some point, nothing prepared you for when they actually came to get you. The craziest thing is, Georgina says, Duncan doesn't seem to think it was a bad thing. She turns to him. Do you, darling? It was the making of me, Duncan says. I look over at Duncan who's sitting there with his hands in his pockets and his chest thrown out, like his king of all he surveys, like he owns this place. And I wonder what it made him into, exactly. I wonder what it made me into. I suppose it was harmless, Georgina says, it's not like anyone died, is it? She gives a little laugh. I remember waking up, hearing the whispers in the dark all around me. Hold his legs, you go for the head. Then how they laughed as they held me down and tied the blindfold round my eyes. Then voices. Whoops and cheers, maybe, but with the blindfold over my ears too they sounded like animals, howls and screeches. Out into the night air, freezing on my bare feet. Rattling fast over the uneven ground, a wheelbarrow I guess it was, for so long I thought we must have left the school grounds. Then they left me, in the woods. All alone. Nothing but the beat of my heart and the secret noises of the woods. Getting the blindfold off and finding it just as dark, no moon to see by. Tree branches scratching at my cheeks, trees so close it felt like there was no way between them, like they were pressing in on me. So cold, a metallic taste like blood at the back of my throat. Crackle of twigs beneath my bare feet. Walking for miles, in circles probably. The whole night, through the woods, until the dawn came. When I got back to the school building, I felt like I'd been reborn. Fuck the teachers who told me I'd never amount to much. Like they'd ever survived a night like that. I felt like I was invincible. Like I could do anything. Jono, Wool says, I was saying I reckon it's time to get your whiskey out. Give it a sample. He jumps up from the table, and goes and gets one of the bottles. Oh, Hannah says, can I look? She takes it from Will. This is such a cool design, Jono. Did you work with someone on it? Yeah, I say. I've got a mate in London who's a graphic designer. He's done a good job, hasn't he? He really has, she says, nodding, tracing the type with her finger. That's what I do, she says. I'm an illustrator, by trade. But it feels like a million years ago now. I'm on permanent maternity leave. Can I have a look? Charlie says. He takes it from her and reads the label, frowning. You must have had to partner with a distillery. Because it says here it's been aged 12 years. Yeah, I say, feeling like I'm being interviewed, or doing a test. Like he's trying to catch me out. Maybe it's the whole school teacher thing. I did. Well, says Will, opening the bottle with a flourish. The acid test. He calls into the kitchen, Aoife. Freddie. Could we have some glasses for whiskey, please? Aoife carries some in on a tray. Get one for yourself too, Will says, like his lord of the manor, and for Freddie. We'll all try it. Then, as Aoife tries to shake her head, I insist. Freddie shuffles in to stand next to his wife. He keeps his eyes down and fiddles with the cord of his apron as they both stand there awkwardly. Fucking weirdo, Duncan mouths at the rest of us. It's probably a good thing the bloke's looking at the floor. I check Aoife out. She's not as old as I thought at first, maybe only 40 or so. She just dresses older. She's good looking, too, in a refined kind of way. I wonder what she's doing with such a wet blanket of a husband. Will pours out the rest of the whiskey. Jules asks for a couple of drops. I've never been much of a whiskey drinker, I'm afraid. She takes a sip and I see her wince, before she has time to cover it by putting her hand over her mouth. But the hand only draws attention to it. Which maybe, come to think of it, she meant it to do. It's pretty clear she's not my biggest fan. It's good, mate, Duncan says. It kind of reminds me of a Lafroig, you know? Yeah, I say. I guess so. Trust Duncan to know his whiskies. Aoife and Freddie down theirs as quickly as possible and hightail it back to the kitchen. I get that. My mum used to work at the local country club, the sort of place Angus and Duncan's parents probably had memberships to. She said the golfers sometimes tried to buy her a drink, thinking they were being so generous, but it only made her feel awkward. I think it's dead tasty, Hannah says. I'm surprised. I have to tell you, Jono, I'm not normally a whiskey fan. She takes another sip. Well, Jules says. Our guests are very lucky. She smiles at me. But you know that thing they say about someone's eyes not smiling? Hers aren't. I grin at them all. But I'm feeling a bit out of sorts. I think it's all that talk about survival. Hard to remind myself that to them, to pretty much all the other ex-Trevelyan boys, it's all just a game. I look over at Will. He's got his hand on the back of Jules's head and he's grinning round at everyone. He looks like a man who has everything in life. Which, I suppose, he does. And I think, does it not affect him too, all the talk about the old days? Not even the tiniest bit. I've got to shake off this weird mood. I lunge towards the middle of the table and pick up the bottle of whiskey. I think it's time for a drinking game, I say. Ah, says Jules, probably about to call it off, but she's drowned out by the howls of approval from the blokes. Yes! Angus shouts. Irish snap. Yeah, Femi says. Like we played at school. Remember doing shots of Listerine mouthwash? 'Cause we worked out it was 50% proof. Or that vodka you smuggled in, Dunk, Angus says. Right, I say, jumping up from the table. I'll go get us a deck. I'm already feeling better now I've got a purpose to distract myself with. I go to the kitchen and find Aoife standing with her back to me, going through some sort of list on a clipboard. When I cough she gives a little jump. Aoife, love, I say, you got a deck of cards. Yes, she says, taking a step away from me, like she's scared of me. Of course. I think there's one in the drawing room. She's got a nice accent. I've always liked an Irish girl. Tick rather than think, that makes me smile. Her husband's in there too, busying himself with the oven. You making stuff for tomorrow? I ask him, while I wait for Iof. MMHM, he says, without making eye contact. I'm glad when Aoife returns after a minute or so with the cards. Back at the table I deal the deck out to the others. I'm off to get my beauty sleep, Jules's mum says. I've never been one for the hard stuff. Not true, I see Jules' mouth. Jules's dad and the hot French stepmom excuse themselves too. Nor me, Hannah says. She looks over at Charlie. We've had a long day, haven't we, love? I don't know, Charlie says. Come on, Charlie boy, I call to Charlie. It'll be fun. Live a little. He doesn't look convinced. Things got a bit loose on the stag. Charlie, poor bloke, didn't go to a school like ours, so he wasn't really prepared for it. He's just such a geography teacher. I felt like he went to a dark place that night. Anyone would have, I guess. He barely talked to any of us for the rest of the weekend. It was being back together with that group of blokes again, I suppose. Most of them went to Trevelyan's. We were all bonded by that place. Not in the same way that Will and I are bonded, that's only the two of us. But we are tied by the other stuff. The rituals, the male bonding. When we get together there's this kind of pack mentality. We get carried away. Hannah. The plus one. Since the pennying incident I've become very wary of the ushers. The more they drink the more it emerges, something dark and cruel hiding behind the public schoolboy manners. And I hate that right now my husband's behaving like a teenager who wants to be accepted into their gang. Right, Jono says. Everyone ready? He looks around the table. I've worked out what's weird about his eyes. They're so dark you can't tell where the irises end and the pupils begin. It gives him a strange, blank look, so that even while he's laughing, it's like his eyes aren't quite playing along. And the rest of his face is a bit too expressive by comparison, changing every couple of seconds, his mouth very large and mobile. There's this kind of manic energy about him. I hope it's harmless. Like a dog that jumps up at you, big and scary, but all it really wants is to be thrown a ball, not to maul your face. Charlie, Jono says. You are joining us. Charlie, I whisper, trying to catch my husband's eye. He's barely looked my way all evening, too wrapped up in Jules or trying to be one of the lads. But I want to get through to him. Charlie's such a mild man, hardly ever raises his voice, hardly ever gets cross with the kids. If they get a telling off, it's normally from me. So it isn't like he becomes a more intense version of himself when he drinks, or that alcohol amplifies his bad qualities. In ordinary life he doesn't really have many bad qualities. Yeah, maybe all that anger is there, hidden, somewhere beneath the surface. But I could swear, on the couple of times I have seen him drunk, that it is like my husband has been taken over by someone else. That's what makes it all the more frightening. Over the years I've learned to spot the smallest signs. The slight slackening of his mouth, the drooping of his eyelids. I've had to learn because I know that the next stage isn't pretty. It's like a small firework has suddenly detonated in his brain. Finally Charlie glances in my direction. I shake my head, slowly, deliberately, so he can make no mistake of my meaning. Don't do it. What's the fuck's going on here? Duncan crows. Oh God, he's caught me doing it. He swivels to Charlie. She keep you on a leash, Charlie boy? Charlie's ears have gone bright red. No, he says. Obviously not. Yeah, fine. I'm in. Shit. I'm torn between wanting to stay so I can try to stop him doing anything stupid and thinking I should leave him to it and let him take himself out, no matter the consequences. Especially after all that unsubtle flirting with Jules. I'm going to deal Jono says. Wait, Duncan says, getting to his feet, clapping his hands. We should do the school motto first. Yeah, Femi agrees, joining him. Angus stands too. Come on, Will, Jono. Old time's sake and all that. Jono and Will rise. I look at them, all, except Jono, so elegantly dressed in their white shirts and dark trousers, expensive watches at their wrists. I wonder why on earth these men, who have apparently done so well for themselves since, are still obsessing about their school days. I can't imagine banging on about crappy old Dunraven High. I never had any resentment towards it, but it's also not somewhere I think about all that much. Like everyone else, I left in a scribbled-on leavers shirt and never really looked back. No leaving school at 3:30 p.m. and heading home to watch Hollyoaks for these guys. They must have spent a chunk of their childhoods locked in that place. Duncan begins to drum slowly with a fist on the table. He looks around, encouraging the others to join him. They do. Gradually it gets louder and louder, the drumming faster, more frenzied. Fac fortior parterre, Duncan chants, in what I guess must be Latin. Fac fortior parterre, the others follow. And then, in a kind of low, intent murmur. Flectori sine equio superos. Acheronta movebo. Flectori sine equio superos. Acheronta movebo. I watch the men, how their eyes seem to gleam in the flickering candlelight. Their faces are flushed, they are excited, drunk. There's a prickle up my spine. With the candles and the dark pressing in at the windows and the strange rhythm of the chanting, the drumming, I feel suddenly like I'm watching some satanic ritual being performed. There's a menacing element to it, tribal. I put a hand to my chest and I can feel my heart beating too fast, like a frightened animal's. The drumming intensifies to a climax, until it's so frenzied that the crockery and cutlery is leaping about all over the place. A glass hops its way off the corner of the table and smashes on the floor. No one apart from me pays it any attention. Fac fortior parterre. Flectori sine equio superos. Acheronta movebo. And then, finally, right when I feel I can't bear it any longer, they all give a roar and stop. They stare at each other. Their foreheads glisten with sweat. Their pupils seem bigger, like they've taken a hit of something. Big hyena laughs now, teeth bared, slapping each other on the back, punching each other hard enough to hurt. I notice Jono's not laughing as hard as all the others. His grin doesn't convince, somehow. But what does it mean? Georgina asks. Angus, Femi slurs, you're the Latin geek. The first part, Angus says, is, do brave deeds and endure, which was the school motto. The second part was added in by us boys, if I can't move heaven, then I shall raise hell. It used to get chanted before rugby matches. And the rest, says Duncan, with a nasty smile. It's so menacing, Georgina says. But she's staring up at her red, sweaty, wild-eyed husband as though she's never found him so attractive. That was kind of the point. Right, ladies, Jono shouts. Time to stop fannying around and get some drinking done. Another roar of approval from the others. Femi and Duncan mix the whiskey with wine, with sauce left over from the meal, with salt and pepper, so it forms a disgusting brown soup. And then the game begins, all of them slamming down their hands on the table and yelling at the top of their voices. Angus is the first to lose. As he drinks, the mixture slops onto the immaculate white of his shirt, staining it brown. The others jeer him. You idiot! Duncan shouts. Most of it's going down your neck. Angus swallows the last gulp, gags. His eyes bulge. Will's next. He puts it away expertly. I watch the muscles of his throat working. He turns the glass upside down above his head and grins. Next to end up with all the cards is Charlie. He looks at his glass, takes a deep breath. "Come on, you pussy!" Duncan shouts. "I can't watch this. I don't have to watch this." Sod Charlie, I think. This was meant to be our weekend away together. If he wants to take himself down, it's his bloody lookout. I'm his wife, not his mother. I stand up. "I'm going to bed," I say. "Night all." But no one answers, or even glances in my direction. I push into the drawing room next door, and as I walk through I stop short in shock. A figure sitting there on the sofa, in the gloom. After a moment I recognize it to be Olivia. "Oh, hey there," I say. She looks up. Her long legs stick out in front of her, her feet bare. "Hey. Had enough in there?" "Yeah. Me too," I say. "You staying up for a bit?" I ask. She shrugs. "No point in going to bed. My room's right next to that." As if on cue, from the dining room comes a burst of mocking laughter. Someone roars, drink it all down." And now a chant, "Down it, down it, down it," switching suddenly into "Raise hell, raise hell, raise hell." Sounds of the table being smashed with fists. Then of something else shattering, another glass. A slurred voice, "Jono, you fucking idiot." Poor Olivia, unable to escape from all that. I hover in the doorway. "It's fine," Olivia says. "I don't need anyone to keep me company." But I feel I should stay. I feel bad for her. And actually, I realize I want to stay. I like sitting with her in the cave earlier, smoking. There was something exciting about it, a strange thrill. Talking to her, with the taste of the tobacco on my tongue, I could almost imagine I was 19 again, talking about the boys I'd slept with, not a mum of two and mortgaged up to the eyeballs. And there's also the fact that Olivia reminds me of someone. But I can't think who. It bothers me, like when you're trying to think of a word and you know it's there on the tip of your tongue, just out of reach. "Actually," I say, "I'm not all that tired. And I don't have to get up early tomorrow morning to deal with two crazy kids. There's some wine in our room, I could go and grab it." She gives a small smile at this, the first I've seen. And then she reaches behind the sofa cushion and pulls out an expensive-looking bottle of vodka. "I nicked it from the kitchen earlier," she says. "Oh," I say. "Well, even better. This really is like being 19 again." She passes me the bottle. I unscrew the cap, take a swig. It burns a freezing streak down my throat and I gasp. Wow. Can't think of the last time I did that. I pass the bottle to her and wipe my mouth. "We got cut off earlier, didn't we? You were telling me about that guy, Callum." "The breakup." Olivia shuts her eyes, takes a deep breath. "I guess the breakup was only the beginning," she says. Another big roar of laughter from the next room. More hands thumping the table. More drunken male voices shouting over each other. A crash against the door, then Angus falls through it, trousers about his ankles, his dick flopping out obscenely. "Sorry, ladies," he says, with a drunken leer. "Don't mind me." "Oh, for Christ's sake," I explode, just fuck off and leave us alone." Olivia looks at me, impressed, like she didn't think I had it in me. I didn't, either. I'm not quite sure where it came from. Maybe it's the vodka. "You know what?" I say. "This probably isn't the best place to chat, is it?" She shakes her head. "We could go to the cave?" I hadn't planned on a nighttime foray about the island. And I'm sure it's dangerous to wander around at night, with the bog and things. "Forget it," Olivia says, quickly. "I get it. It's weird, I just felt it was easier talking in there. And suddenly I have the same feeling I did earlier. An odd thrill, the feeling of breaking the rules. No, I say. Let's do it. And bring that bottle. We sneak out of the folly via the rear entrance. It's really creepy at night, this place. It's so quiet, apart from the sound of the waves on the rocks in the near distance. Occasionally there comes a strange, guttural cackling that raises all the hairs on my arms. I finally realize that the noise must be made by some sort of bird. A pretty big one from the sound of it. As we continue, the ruined houses loom up next to us in the beam of my torch. The dark, gaping windows are like empty eye sockets, and it feels unnervingly as though someone might be in there, looking out, watching us pass. I can hear noises coming from inside, too, rustles and creaks and scratchings. It's probably rats, but then, that's not a particularly reassuring thought either. I'm aware of things moving around us as we walk, too fast to see properly, caught momentarily by the weak light of the moon. Something flies so near to my face that I feel it brush the sensitive skin of my cheek. I jump back, put a hand up to fend it off. A bat? It was definitely too big to be an insect. As we climb down into the cave, a dark figure appears on the rock wall in front of us, human-shaped. I almost drop the bottle in shock until, after a beat, I realize it is my own shadow. This place is enough to make you believe in ghosts. Now. The wedding night. The 4 ushers have formed a search party. They take a first aid kit. They take the big paraffin torches from the brackets at the entrance for illumination. Right boys, Femi says. Everyone ready? There has been a strange, fervent energy about their preparations, bordering on an inappropriate excitement. They might be scouts preparing for a mission, the schoolboys they once were on some midnight dare. The other guests gather around silently watching the preparations, relieved that the thing has been taken out of their hands, that they are permitted to stay here in the light and warmth. To those inside the marquee who watch them go, they look like medieval villagers on a witch hunt, the lighted torches, the fervor. The wind and the blackout have added to the sense of the surreal. The macabre discovery that supposedly lies in wait out there has taken on a fantastical dimension, not quite real. Besides, it's difficult to know what to believe, whether they can really trust the word of a hysterical teenager. Some of them are still hoping that it has all just been a terrible misunderstanding. They watch, silently, as the small group marches through the thrashing flaps of the marquee entrance. Out into the loud ragged night, into the storm, holding their torches aloft. The day before. Olivia. The bridesmaid. In the cave the sea has come in, so it's practically lapping at our feet, the water black as ink. It makes the space feel smaller, more claustrophobic. Hannah and I have to sit nearer to each other than we did before, our knees touching, a candle we nicked from the drawing room perched on the rock in front of us in its glass lantern. Now I understand why it's called the Whispering Cave. The high water has changed the acoustics in here so that this time everything we say is whispered back to us, as though someone's standing there in the shadows, repeating every word. It's hard to believe there isn't. I find myself turning to check, every so often, to make certain we're alone. I can't make Hannah out all that well in the soft light of the candle. But I can hear her breathing, smell her perfume. We pass the bottle of vodka between us. I'm already a bit drunk, I think, from dinner. I couldn't eat much and the booze went straight to my head. But I need to be drunker to tell her, drunk enough that my brain can't stop the words. Which seems silly, as recently I have been needing to tell someone about it so badly that sometimes I feel like it's going to erupt out of me, without any warning. But now it has actually come down to it, I feel tongue-tied. Hannah speaks first. Olivia. The cave replies in a whisper, Olivia, Olivia, Olivia. God, Hannah says, that echo. Did your ex, Did he do anything to you? Someone I know, she stops, starts again, my sister, Alice. She had this boyfriend when she was at university. And he reacted really badly to the breakup. I mean, really, really badly. I wait for Hannah to say more, but she doesn't. Instead, she takes the bottle from me and has a very long drink, about 4 shots worth. No, it wasn't anything like that, I say. Yeah, Callum was a bit of a shit. I mean, he wasn't very subtle about hooking up with Ellie straight after. But he was the one who broke it off, so it wasn't that. I grab the bottle from her, take a big gulp. I can taste her lipstick on the rim. It was in the summer holidays after term had ended. I was staying at Jules's place in Islington, while she was away for work for a few days. I speak into the darkness, the cave whispering my own words back to me. I find myself telling Hannah how lonely I felt. How I was in this great big city, which I've always found so exciting, but realized I had no one to share it with. How it was Friday night and I'd gone to the Sainsbury's down the road from Jules's flat and bought myself some crisps, milk and cereal for the morning, and how my walk home took me past all these people standing outside pubs, drinking, having a laugh in the sun. How I felt like such a fucking sado, with my orange carrier bag and a night of Netflix to look forward to. How it was at times like that I always thought of Callum, and what we might be doing together, which made me feel even more alone. I still can't quite believe I'm telling her all this, when I hardly know her. But maybe that's the point. Maybe, of all the people here, she's the one person I can tell, because she's basically a stranger. The vodka definitely helps, too, and the fact that it's so gloomy in here that I can hardly see her face. Even so, I don't think I can tell her all of it. The thought of doing that makes me feel panicky. But maybe I can start at the beginning and see if, once I've told her most of it, I'm brave enough to tell her the whole thing. I was on my phone, I say, and I could see that Callum was with Ellie. She'd shared all these pics on Snapchat. There was one of her sitting on his lap. And then another one of her kissing him, while she held one middle finger up to the camera like she didn't want anyone to take the picture, except then she went and shared it for the whole world to see, for fuck's sake. Hannah takes a drink from the bottle, breathes out. That must have made you feel pretty awful, she says. Seeing that. Geez, social media has a lot to answer for. Yeah. I shrug. It did make me feel a bit shit. In case I sound like a total stalker, I don't tell her how many times I looked at those photos, how I sat there clutching my Sainsbury's bag and crying while I did it. My mates had been saying I should have some fun, I say. You know, like show Callum what he was missing. They kept telling me to get myself on some dating apps, but I didn't want to do it at uni, where it was all so incestuous. What, apps like Tinder? I think she's trying to show she's down with the kids. Yeah, but no one really uses Tinder anymore. Sorry, she says. I'm ancient, remember. What do I know? She says it a bit wistfully. You're not that old, I tell her. Well, thanks. Her knee bumps against mine. I take another swig of vodka. And remember how that night in Jules's flat I drank some of her wine, which made me realize how all the stuff we drank at uni for £3 a glass in the local bars tasted like absolute piss. I remember how I felt quite sophisticated walking around in my pants and bra with one of her big glasses. I imagined it was my flat, that I was going to go out and find some man and bring him back here and screw him. And that would show Callum. Obviously I didn't actually plan to do that. I'd only had sex with one person before, with Callum. And even that had been pretty tame. I set up a profile, I tell Hannah. I decided in London it was different. In London I could go on a date and it wouldn't be all over the whole of campus the next morning. I'm kind of impressed, Hannah says. I'd never have been brave enough to do something like that. But weren't you, worried about safety? No, I say. I'm not an idiot. I didn't use my real name. Or my age. Ah, Hannah nods. Right. I get the impression she's not convinced by that and is trying very hard not to say anything else. I put my age as 26, in fact. The profile photo I put up didn't even look like me. I ransacked Jules's closet, did my makeup perfectly. But it was kind of the point not to look like me. I called myself Bella, I say. You know, as in Hadid. I tell Hannah how I sat there on the bed and scrolled through photos of all these guys until my eyes burned. Most of them were rank, I say. In the gym, like lifting up their shirts, or wearing sunglasses that they thought made them look cool. I almost gave up. But I did match with this one guy, I tell Hannah. He caught my eye. He was different. I made the first move. So unlike me, but I was a bit pissed from Jules's wine. Free to meet up? I wrote. Yes, his reply came. I'd like that, Bella. When suits you? How about this evening? There was a long pause. Then, you don't hang about. This is my only free evening for the next few weeks. I liked how that sounded. Like I had better places to be. Fine, he messaged back. It's a date. What was he like? Hannah asks, her chin in her hand. She seems fascinated, watching me closely. Hotter than his photo. And a bit older than me. How much older? Maybe 15 years? Okay. Is she trying not to sound shocked? And what was he like? When you actually met up? I think back. It's hard for me to see him as he appeared at the beginning. I guess I thought he was hot. And he seemed like more of a man. He made Callum look like a boy in comparison. He had broad shoulders, like he worked out a lot, and a tan. In comparison, Callum was a scrawny little pretty boy. Proper men were my new thing, I decided. But, I shrug, even though she can't see me. I don't know. I suppose however hot he was, at first, a part of me would have preferred him to be Callum. Hannah nods. Yeah, she says sympathetically. I get that. When you've got your heart set on someone, Brad Pitt could walk in and he wouldn't be enough. Brad Pitt is really fucking old, I say. Harry Styles. That almost makes me smile. Yeah. Maybe. Or Timothée Chalamet. I always thought Callum looked a bit like him. But Callum probably hadn't thought about me for a moment, especially not while Ellie's stupid big tits were in his face. I told myself I had better stop fucking thinking about him. And did this guy, what was his name? Steven. Did he say anything? When you met, about you being so much younger? I give her a look. That sounded a bit judge-why. Sorry, she says, with a laugh. But, seriously, did he? Yeah, he did. He asked me if I was really 26. But he didn't say it in a suspicious way, more like it was, I dunno, a joke we were both in on. It didn't really seem to matter to him, not then. And he was nice, I say, though it's hard to remember that now. I was having a good time. He laughed at all my jokes. He asked me loads of questions about myself. I cast my mind back to that night. Being in that bar with the drinks going to my head, I was drinking Negronis because I thought that would make me seem older. My original plan was to get a photo, I say, post it to my Instagram. Let Callum see what he was missing. I'm guessing. Hannah looks at me, a bit more than that happened. Yeah. I take a gulp of vodka. There was this moment, I remember, when I thought maybe he was going to say goodbye, but he opened the door of the cab and turned to me and said, "Well, are you getting in?" And in the taxi, not even an Uber, a proper black cab, how this little voice kept piping up, What are you doing? You hardly know him. But the drunk part of me, the part of me that was up for it, kept telling it to shut up. We went back to Jules's place, because he'd just moved house and didn't have any proper furniture. I felt a bit bad about it, but I told myself I'd wash the sheets. Wow, he said. This is impressive. And it all belongs to you. Yeah, I said, feeling like I'd got a whole lot more sophisticated in his eyes. And then we had sex, I tell Hannah. I guess I wanted to do it before the booze wore off. Was it good? Hannah asks. She sounds excited. And then, I haven't had sex for ages. Sorry. I know that's TMI. I try not to think of her and Charlie having sex. Yeah, I say. It was a bit, you know. A bit rough. He pushed me up against the wall, pushed my skirt up around my waist, pulled my knickers down. And can I have a bit more of that? Hannah passes me the bottle and I take a quick slug. He went down on me, even though I hadn't had a shower. He said he preferred it like that. Right, Hannah says. Okay. Wow. Callum and I had never done anything very adventurous. I guess the sex I had with Stephen was better than anything I'd had with Callum, even if, after he'd made me come with his mouth that first time, I weirdly felt like crying for a moment. I saw him, quite a few times after that, I tell Hannah. I feel rather than see Hannah nod, her head so close to mine that I sense the movement of the air. I find myself telling her how I liked seeing myself the way he seemed to, as someone sexy, someone adventurous. Even if sometimes I felt like I was out of my depth, not always totally comfortable with all the stuff he asked me to do in bed. I mean, I say, it wasn't like it was with Callum, when it felt like we were soulmates. Hannah asks. Yeah, I say. It's a pretty cringe word, but it's also exactly right. This was different, I guess. With Stephen it was like he only showed me a tiny bit of himself, which left you wanting to see more? Yeah. I was sort of obsessed by him, I think. And he was so grown up and so sophisticated, but he wanted me. And then I shrug. I fucked up. Hannah frowns. What do you mean? I dunno. I suppose I wanted to prove to him I was mature. And we never seemed to do anything together, other than meet up and, have sex. I had this feeling that he might only be interested in me for that. Hannah nods. But at the end of the summer Jules's magazine was throwing this party at the V&A, and I thought it would be a cool thing to bring him to. A proper date. Impress him a bit. Make him think I was grown up and mature. I tell Hannah about walking up those steps and seeing all these very grown-up glamorous people milling around inside, all looking like film stars. And how the guy who checked our names looked over me like he didn't think I should be there, whereas Stephen seemed to fit in so perfectly. I got a bit nervous, I said. Especially of having to introduce him to Jules. And there were all these free drinks. I had way too many of them, to try and feel more confident. I made a total twat of myself. I had to go and be sick in the loos, I was a state. And then Stephen put me in a cab back to Jules's, and I couldn't even ask him to come with me because she would be there later on. I remember him counting out the notes to the cab driver. And then asking him to make sure I got home safe, like I was a child. He should have gone with you, Hannah says. He should have made sure you were all right. Not left it to some taxi driver. I shrug. Maybe. But I was such a fucking embarrassment. I'm not surprised he wanted to be rid of me. I remember watching him out of the window and thinking, I've blown it. And thinking, if I were him, maybe I'd just go back inside and hang out with people my own age who could hold their booze. After that he started ghosting me. In case she doesn't know what that means, I say, Like not replying. Even though I could see the two little blue ticks. She nods. I went back to uni. One night I got a bit drunk and sad after a night out and I sent him 10 messages. I tried to call him on the walk to halls at 2 a.m. He didn't answer. Didn't reply to my texts. I knew I'd never see him again. Shit, Hannah says. Yeah. So was that it, she asks, when I don't say any more. Did you see him again? And then, when I don't answer, Olivia? But I can't speak. It's like I was under some sort of spell before, it was so easy to talk. Now it feels as though the words are stuck in my throat. There's this image in my brain. Red on white. All the blood. When we get back to the Folly, Hannah says she's knackered. Straight to bed for me, she says. I get it. It was different in the cave. Sitting there in the dark with the vodka and the candlelight, it felt like we could say anything. Now it feels almost like we overshared. Like we crossed a line. I know I won't be able to go to sleep, though, especially not while all the blokes are still playing their game outside my room. So I stand against the wall outside for a bit and try to slow down the thoughts racing round my head. Hello there. I nearly jump out of my skin. What the fuck? It's the best man, Jono. I don't like him. I saw how he looked at me earlier. And he's drunk, I can tell that, and I'm pretty drunk. In the light spilling from the dining room I can see him give a big grin, more of a leer. Fancy a puff? He holds out a big joint, sickly smell of weed. I can see it's wet on the end where it's been in his mouth. No thanks, I say. Very well behaved. I make to go inside, but as I reach for the door he catches my arm, his hand tight about it. We should have a dance tomorrow, you and I. Best man and the bridesmaid. I shake my head. He steps nearer, pulls me closer to him. He's so much bigger than me. But he wouldn't do anything right here, would he? Not with everyone upstairs. You should think about it, he says. Might surprise you. An older man. Get the fuck off me, I hiss. I think of my razor blade, upstairs. I wish I had it with me, just so I knew it was there. I yank my arm out of his grip as I fumble with the door, my fingers not working properly. I feel him watching me the whole time. Jono. The best man. I'm back up in my room, having finished my joint. I managed to pick up the grass in Dublin when I arrived, hanging around Temple Bar with all the tourists. Not sure it's as strong as the stuff I get from my usual guy, but hopefully it will help me sleep. I need a bit of help tonight. Here on the island it's like we're back there, at Trevelyan's. Maybe it's to do with the land. The cliffs, the sea. All I can hear is the sound of the waves outside the windows, slamming into the rocks below. I remember the dorm room, the rows of beds and the bars outside the windows. To keep us safe or to keep us in, maybe a bit of both. And the sound of the waves there, too, rushing up the beach. Shush, shush, shush. Reminding me to keep the secret. I haven't thought about it, not properly, for years. I can't. Some things you've got to put behind you. But it's like being here is forcing me to look right at it. And when I do I can't fucking breathe properly. I lie in bed. I've drunk enough to pass out, and then the weed on top. But I feel like something's crawling all over my skin, a million cockroaches in the bed with me. They're here to stop me getting any rest. I want to scratch at myself, tear into my skin if I have to make it stop. And I'm afraid that if I do sleep I'll have dreams like I did last night. I haven't had them for as long as I can remember, years and years. It's the company. It's this place. It's so dark in here. It's too dark. I feel like it's pressing down on me. Like I'm drowning in it. I sit up in bed, remind myself that I'm fine. Nothing trying to suffocate me, no cockroaches. It could be the weed, different stuff, making me more paranoid. I'll go take a shower, that's what I'll do. Get the water nice and hot, have a good scrub. Then I think I see this thing, in the corner of the room. Growing, gathering itself together, out of the darkness. Nah. I'm imagining it. Must be. Don't believe in ghosts. It's got to be the weed, the whiskey. My brain playing tricks on me. Fuck, but I'm sure there's something there. I can see it out of the corner of my eye, but when I look directly at it, it seems to disappear. I shut my eyes like a little kid scared of monsters under the bed, press my eyelids with my fingers until I see silver spots. It's no good. I can see it even with my eyes closed. It had a face. And it's not an it, it's a someone. I know who it is. Get the fuck away from me, I whisper. Then I try a different way. I'm sorry. It wasn't my fault. I didn't think. My stomach gives a heave. I just make it to the bathroom in time before I'm spewing over the bowl of the toilet, my whole body shaking with fear. Jules. The bride. Charlie and I are up on the battlements, looking out at the glitter of lights along the mainland. We left the others to their disgusting game. There's something illicit about it, just the two of us up here. Something reckless. Perhaps it's being on top of the world with the steep drop beneath us, invisible but very much there, adding a frisson of excitement, making everything feel slightly freighted with danger. Or that we're cloaked by darkness. That anything could happen up here and no one would know. It's so good to have you here, I tell him. You know you're my best man, really? Thanks, he says. It's good to be here. Why did you choose this place? Oh, you know. My Irish roots. And it's so exclusive, I like the idea of being first. There's the remoteness, too, good for deterring any paps. They'd really try and get photos of his wedding. He sounds incredulous, like he doesn't believe Will's celebrity justifies it. They might. And it's so on brand for Will, having his wedding in such a wild place. All of what I've told him is true, in a way. But not the whole truth. I rest my head against his shoulder. I think I feel him go still. Perhaps it doesn't feel quite so natural as it once did, being physically close like this. Come to think of it, did it ever? Charlie clears his throat. Can I ask you a question? He sounds serious. I sense a touch of wariness. Go ahead. He does makes you happy, doesn't he? I lift my head a fraction off his shoulder. What do you mean? I feel him shrug. Just that. You know how much I care about you, Jules. Yes, I say. He does. And I could ask you the same about Hannah. That's very different. Really? How so? I don't want to hear his reply. I don't need yet another person telling me that it has all been so quick, between Will and me. And then, because I've drunk more than I meant to this evening, and because when else am I going to be able to? I say it, are you saying that you would have made me happier? Jules, he says it as a kind of groan. Don't do that. Do what? I ask innocently. We wouldn't have worked. We're friends, good friends. You know that. At that I feel him pulling away from me, retreating from the cliff edge. Do I, though? And is he really so convinced of that? I know he wanted me once. I still think about that night. The memory I have returned to so many times, when I have needed some inspiration in the bath, for example. We have never spoken of it since. And because we haven't, it has retained its power. I'm sure he still thinks about it too. We were different people back then, he says, as though he might have read my mind. I wonder if he's as convinced by his words as he's making out. I wasn't asking because of anything like that, he says. Not out of jealousy, or anything. Really? Because it sounds to me like you're a bit jealous. I'm not, Did I tell you how good he is in bed? That's the sort of thing friends are meant to tell each other, isn't it? I know I'm pushing it, but I can't help myself. Look, Charlie says. I just want you to be happy. How bloody patronizing. I lift my head fully away from his shoulder. I feel the distance between us expanding now, metaphorically as well as physically. I'm perfectly capable of knowing what does and doesn't make me happy, I say. In case you haven't noticed, I'm 34. Not a 16-year-old virgin totally in awe of you. Charlie grimaces. God, I know. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I care, that's all. Something has suddenly occurred to me. Charlie? I ask. Did you write me a note? A note. I hear the answer to my question in his confusion. It wasn't him. It's nothing, I say. Forget it. You know what? I think I'm going to turn in. If I go now, I can get 8 hours sleep before tomorrow. Okay, he says. I sense that he is relieved I've called it a night, and that pisses me off. Give me a hug? I ask. Sure. I lean into him. His body is softer than Will's, so much less taut than it used to be. But the scent of him is the same. So familiar, somehow, which is strange, considering how long it's been. It's still there, I think. He must feel it too. But then attraction never really goes away, does it? I'm sure of it, he's jealous. When I get back to the room, Will's getting undressed. He grins at me, I move toward him. Shall we pick up where we left off earlier, he murmurs. It's one way, I think, to erase the humiliation of that conversation with Charlie. I tear open the remaining buttons on his shirt. He rips one of the straps of my jumpsuit trying to get it off me. It's always like the first time with him, that haste, only better, now we know exactly what the other wants. We fuck braced against the bed, him entering me from behind. I come, hard. I'm not quiet about it. In a strange way, it feels as though much of the evening since we got interrupted earlier has been a kind of foreplay. Feeling the gaze of the others upon us, envious, awed. Seeing in their reactions to us how good we look together. And yes, the hurt of having crossed a line with Charlie and being rebuffed. Maybe he'll hear us. Afterwards, Will goes for a shower. He takes impeccable care of himself, his routine even makes my own look rather slapdash. I remember being a little surprised when I realized his permanently brown face wasn't actually due to the constant exposure to the elements but to Cicely's self-tan, the same one I use. It's only now, sitting in the armchair in my robe, that I become aware of a strange odor, more powerful than the evanescently marine scent of sex. It is stronger, undeniably the smell of the sea, a briny, fishy, ammoniac tang at the back of the throat. And as I sit here, it seems to gather itself from the shadowy corners of the room, gaining texture and depth. I go to the window and open it. The air outside is pretty icy, now that it's dark. I can hear the slam of the waves against the rocks down below. Further out, the water is silver in the light of the moon, like molten metal, so bright that I can hardly look at it. You can see the swell in it even from here, great muscular movements beneath the surface, full of intent. I can hear a cackling above me, up on the roof, perhaps. It sounds like a gleeful mocking. Surely, I think, the smell of the sea should be stronger outside than in. Yet the breeze that wafts in is fresh and odorless by comparison. I can't make sense of it. I reach over to the dressing table and light my scented candle. Then I sit in the chair and try for calm. But I can practically hear the beat of my own heart. Too fast, a flutter in my chest. Is it just the aftermath of our exertions? Or something more than that? I should talk to Will about the note. Now is the moment, if I'm ever going to do it. But I've already had one confrontation this evening, with Charlie, and I can't quite bring myself to face the thing head on, to plow ahead and raise it. And it's probably nothing. I'm 99% sure, anyway. Maybe 98. The door to the bathroom opens. Will steps into the room, towel knotted around his waist. Even though I have just had him, I'm momentarily distracted by the sight of his body, the planes and ridges of it, the muscles corded in stomach, arms and legs. "What are you doing still up?" he asks. "We should get some rest. Big day tomorrow." I turn my back to him and drop my robe to the floor, sure I can feel his eyes on me. Enjoying the power of it. Then I lift the cover and slip into the bed, and as I do, my bare legs make contact with something. Solid and cold, the consistency of dead flesh. It seems to yield as I push my feet unwittingly into it, and yet at the same time to wrap itself around my legs. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. I leap from the bed, trip, half sprawl on the floor. Will stares at me. "Jules? What is it?" I can hardly answer him at first, too scared and repulsed by what I just felt. The panic has risen into my throat in a choke. The shock reverberates through me, deep and visceral and animal. It was the stuff of a nightmare, the sort of thing you dream about finding in your bed, only to wake in a chill sweat and realize it was all in your imagination. But this was real. I can still feel the cold imprint of it against my legs. "Well," I say, finally finding my voice. "There's something in the bed. Under the covers." He strides over in 2 great bounds, takes the duvet in both hands and rips it away. I can't help screaming. There, in the middle of the mattress, sprawls the huge black body of some marine creature, tentacles stretching in all directions. Will leaps back. "What the fuck?" He sounds more angry than frightened. He says it again, as though the thing on the bed might somehow answer for itself. "What the fuck?" The smell of the sea, of briny, rotting things, is overpowering now, emanating from that black mass on the bed. And then quickly, recovering much more rapidly than I do, Will moves closer to it again. As he puts out a hand, I shout, "Don't touch it." But he has already grasped the tentacles, given them a yank. They come free, the thing seems to break apart, horribly, sickeningly. It was there while we fucked, waiting for us beneath the covers. Will gives a short, hard laugh, entirely without humor. "Look, it's only seaweed. It's bloody seaweed." He holds it aloft. I lean closer. He's right. It's the stuff I've seen strewn along the beaches here, great thick, dark ropes of it washed up by the waves. Will tosses it onto the floor. Gradually, the whole spectacle loses its macabre, monstrous aspect and is reduced to a horrible mess. I become aware of the indignity of my position, sprawled as I am, naked, upon the floor. I feel my heartbeat slow. I breathe more easily. Except, how did it come to be here in the first place? Why is it here? Someone has done this to us. Someone has brought this in, hidden it beneath the duvet, knowing that we would only find it once we got into bed. I turn to Will. "Who could have done this?" He shrugs. "Well, I have my suspicions." "What? About who?" "It was a prank we used to play on the younger boys at school. We'd go down via the cliff path and collect seaweed on the beaches, as much as we could carry. Then we'd hide it in their beds. So my guess is Jono or Duncan, possibly all of the guys. They probably thought it was funny. You'd call this a prank? We're not at school, Will, it's the night before our wedding. What the fuck? In a way, my anger is a relief. Will shrugs. It's not a prank for you, it's for me. You know, for old time's sake. They wouldn't have meant you to get upset. I'm going to go and get them all up now, find out which one of them it was. Show them exactly how funny I think it is. Jules. Will takes hold of my shoulders. And then, soothingly, look, if you were to do that, well, you might say things you'd regret. It would spoil things for tomorrow, wouldn't it? It could change the whole dynamic. I do, sort of, see what he means. God, he's always so reasonable, sometimes infuriatingly so, always taking the measured approach. I look at the black mass, now on the floor. It's hard to believe that some darker message wasn't intended by it. Look, Will says gently. We're both tired. It's been a long day. Let's not worry about it now. We can get a new sheet from the spare room. The spare room was intended for Will's parents. They balked at the outlandish idea of actually staying on the island. Will didn't seem surprised. My father's never been particularly impressed by anything I've done. Getting married is undoubtedly no exception. He seemed bitter. He doesn't talk about his father much, which paradoxically gives me the impression that he's a bigger influence upon my husband than he likes to admit. Get a new duvet, too, I tell Will now. I'm half tempted to say I want to swap to the other room. But that would be irrational, and I pride myself on being the opposite. Sure. Will gestures to the seaweed. And I'll sort out this, too, I've dealt with much worse, trust me. On the program, Will has escaped from wolves and been swarmed by vampire bats, though he's never far from the help of the crew, so this must all seem a little pathetic to him. A bit of seaweed on the sheets is hardly a big deal, in the grand scheme of things. I'll have a word with the guys tomorrow morning, he says. Tell them they're fucking idiots. Okay, I say. He's so good at providing comfort. He's so, well, there's only really one word for it, perfect. And yet, in this moment, with particularly nasty timing, the words on that horrible little note surface. Not the man he says he is, cheat, liar. Don't marry him. A good night's sleep, Will says, soothingly. That's what we need. I nod. But I don't think I'm going to sleep a wink. AOIFE. The wedding planner. There's a noise outside. It's a strange noise, a keening. It sounds more human than animal, but at the same time it doesn't sound entirely human either. In our bedroom, Freddie and I look at one another. All the guests have gone to bed too, about half an hour ago now. I thought they would never get tired. We had to wait until the bitter end in case they needed anything of us. We listened to the drumming from the dining room, the chanting. Freddie, who has a little schoolboy Latin, could translate the thing they were chanting. If I cannot move heaven, I shall raise hell. I felt the goose flesh rise on my skin at that. They're like overgrown boys, the ushers. I'd say they lack the innocence of boys, but some boys aren't ever really innocent. What I mean is that as grown men they should know better. And there is a pack feeling about them, like dogs that might behave well on their own but, once all together, don't have their own minds. I'll have to keep my eye on them tomorrow, make sure they don't get carried away. It is my experience that some of the smartest affairs, populated by the most well-heeled and upstanding guests, have been those that have got most out of control. I organised a wedding in Dublin that contained half Ireland's political elite. Even the Taoiseach was there, only for things to come to blows between the groom and father-in-law before the first dance. Here there's the added danger of the whole island. The wildness of this place gets under your skin. These guests will feel themselves far from the normal moral codes of society, safe from the prying eyes of others. These men are ex-public school boys. They've spent much of their lives being forced to follow a strict set of rules that probably didn't end with their leaving school, choices around what university to attend, what job to do, what sort of house to live in. In my experience, those who have the greatest respect for the rules also take the most enjoyment in breaking them. I'll go, I say. It's not safe, Freddie says. I'll come with you. I tell Freddie I'll be fine. To reassure him, I tell him I'll pick up the poker from beside the fire on my way out. I'm the braver of the two of us, I know. I don't say this with any great pride. It's simply that when the worst has happened, you rather lose your fear of anything else. I step into the night, appreciating the quality of the darkness, the velvet black as it folds me into itself. Any light from the folly makes very little impact upon it, though the kitchen is aglow, and also one of the upstairs windows, the room the soon-to-be married couple are occupying. Well, I know what's keeping them up. We heard the rhythmic shudder of the bed against the floorboards. I won't use the torch yet. It will make me stupid in the darkness. I stand here, listening intently. All I can make out at first is the slam of the water on the rocks and an unfamiliar, susurrating sound which I finally identify as the marquee, the fabric rustling in the gentle breeze some 50 yards away. And then the other noise begins again. I'm better able to recognize it, now. It's the sound of someone sobbing. Man or woman, though, it's impossible to tell. I turn in its direction, and as I do I think I catch a shimmer of movement out of the corner of my eye, in the direction of the outbuildings behind the folly. I don't know how I saw it, it being so dark. But it is hardwired into us, I think, into our animal selves. Our eyes are alert to any disturbance, any change in the pattern of the darkness. It might have been a bat. Sometimes in the early evening you can see them flit above in the twilight, so quick you're not sure you've seen them. But I think it was bigger. I'm sure it was a person, the same person who sits weeping cloaked in darkness. Even when I came here all those years ago, even though the island was inhabited then, there were ghost stories. The grieving women mourning their husbands, brutally slain. The voices from the bog, denied their proper burial. At the time we scared ourselves silly with them. And in spite of myself I feel it now, the sensation of my skin shrinking over my bones. Hello? I call. The sound stops, abruptly. When there is no answer I click my torch on. I swing the beam this way and that. The beam catches on something as I move it in a slow arc. I train it on the same spot, and guide it up the figure that stares back at me. The beam marks out the dark wild hair, the gleaming eyes. Like a being straight from folklore, the puka, the phantom goblin, portent of impending doom. In spite of myself I take a step back, the torch beam wavering. But gradually, recognition dawns. It's only the best man, slumped against the wall of one of the outbuildings. Who's there? His voice sounds slurred and hoarse. It's me, I say. Aoife. Oh, Aoife. Come to tell me it's time for lights out. Time to get into bed like a good little boy. He gives me a crooked grin. But it's a half-hearted affair, and I think those are tear tracks that catch in the beam. It's not safe for you to go wandering around the outbuildings, I say, all practicality. There's old farm machinery in there that could cut a person in half. Especially without a torch, I add. And especially when you're as drunk as you are, I think. Although, oddly enough, I feel as though I am protecting the island from him, rather than the other way round. He stands up, walks toward me. He's a big man, drunk and more besides. I catch a sickly-sweet vegetable waft of weed. I take another step away from him and realize that I'm gripping the poker hard. Then he grins, showing crooked teeth. Yeah, he says. Time for Johnnyboy to go to bed. Think I had a bit too much of the old, you know. He mimes drinking from a bottle, then smoking. Always makes me feel a bit off, having too much of both together. Thought I was fucking seeing things. I nod, even though he can't see me. So did I. I watch as he turns on his heel and lurches his way towards the folly. The forced good humor didn't convince me for a second. Despite the grin, he seemed caught between miserable and terrified. He looked like a man who had seen a ghost. The wedding day. Hannah. The +1. When I wake, my head aches. I think of all that champagne, then the vodka. I check the alarm clock, 7 a.m. Charlie's fast asleep, flat on his back. I heard him come in last night, take his clothes off. I waited for the stumbling, the swearing, but he seemed surprisingly in control of his faculties. Han, he whispered to me, as he got into bed. I left the drinking game. I only did the one shot. That made me feel a bit less hostile towards him. Then I wondered where else he'd been, for all that time. With whom? I remembered his flirting with Jules. I remembered how Jono had asked if they'd slept together, and how they never answered. So I didn't reply. I pretended to be asleep. But I've woken up feeling turned on. I had some pretty crazy dreams. I think the vodka was partly responsible. But also the memory of Will's eyes on me at the beginning of the evening. Then talking in the cave with Olivia at the end, sitting so close in the dark with the water lapping at our feet and only the candle for light, passing the bottle between us. Secret, somehow sensual. I found myself hanging on her every word, the images she painted for me vivid in the darkness. As though it was me up against the wall, my skirt pushed up over my hips, someone's mouth upon me. The guy might have been a dickhead, but the sex sounded pretty hot. And it made me remember the slightly dangerous thrill of sleeping with someone unknown, where you're not anticipating their every move. I turned to Charlie. Perhaps now is the time to break our sex drought, regain that lost intimacy. I sneak a hand beneath the covers, grazing the springy hair that covers his chest, moving my hand lower. Charlie makes a sleepy, surprised noise. And then, his voice claggy with sleep, "Not now, Han. Too tired." I pull my hand away, stung. Not now, like I'm an irritation. Tired because he stayed up late last night doing God knows what, when on the boat over here he spoke of this as a weekend for us. When he knows how raw I feel at the moment. I have a sudden frightening urge to pick up the hardback on the nightstand and hit him over the head with it. It's alarming, the rush of anger. It feels like I might have been harboring it for a while. Then a sneaking thought. I allow myself to wonder what it must be like for Jules to wake up next to Will. I heard them, last night, everyone in the folly must have. I think again of the strength of Will's arms as he lifted me out of the boat yesterday. I think, too, of how I caught him looking at me last night with that strange, questioning look. The sense of power, feeling his eyes on me. Charlie murmurs in his sleep and I catch a waft of sour morning breath. I can't imagine Will having bad breath. Suddenly, I feel it's important to remove myself from this bedroom, from these thoughts. There's no sound of movement inside the folly, so I think I'm the first one up. There must be quite a breeze today, as I can hear it whistling about the old stones of the place as I creep down the stairs, and every so often the window panes rattle in their frames as though someone's just smacked a palm against them. I wonder if we had the best of the weather yesterday. Jules won't like that. I tiptoe into the kitchen. Aoife's standing there in a crisp white shirt and slacks, a clipboard in her hand, looking as if she's been up for hours. "Morning," she says, and I sense she is scrutinizing my face. "How are you today?" I get the impression Aoife doesn't miss a lot, with those bright, assessing eyes of hers. She's quietly rather beautiful. I sense that she makes an effort to underplay it, but it shines through. Beautifully shaped dark eyebrows, grey-green eyes. I'd kill for that sort of natural, Audrey Hepburn-esque elegance, those cheekbones. "I'm good," I say. "Sorry." Didn't realize anyone else was up. We started at the crack of dawn, she says. With the big day today. I'd practically forgotten about the actual wedding. I wonder how Jules is feeling this morning. Nervous? I can't imagine her being nervous about anything. Of course. I was going to go for a walk, bit of a sore head. Well, she says, with a smile. Safest to walk to the crest of the island, following the path past the chapel, leaving the marquee on the other side. That should keep you out of the bog. And take some wellies from by the door. You need to be careful to stick to the drier parts, or you'll find yourself in the turf. There's some signal up there too, if you need to make a phone call. A phone call. Oh God, the kids. With a swoop of guilt, I realize they have totally slipped my mind. My own children. I'm shocked by how much this place has already made me forget myself. I head outside and find the path, or what remains of it. It's not quite as easy as Aoife made out. You can just about see where it must have been trodden into existence, where the grass hasn't grown quite as well as elsewhere. As I walk, the clouds scurry overhead, whirling out towards the open sea. It's definitely breezier today, and more overcast, though every so often the sun bursts dazzlingly through the cloud. The huge marquee, on the left of me, rustles in the wind as I pass it. I could sneak inside and have a look. But I am drawn towards the graveyard, instead, to the right of me beyond the chapel. Maybe this is a reflection of my state of mind at this time of year, the morbid mood that descends on me every June. Wandering among the markers, I see several very distinctive Celtic crosses, but I can also make out faint images of anchors, flowers. Most of the stones are so ancient that you can hardly read the writing on them anymore. Even if you could, it's not in English, Gaelic, I suppose. Some are broken or worn down until they have no real shape at all. Without really thinking what I am doing, I touch a hand to the one nearest to me and feel where the rough stone has been smoothed by wind and water over the decades. There are a few that look a bit newer, perhaps from shortly before the islanders left for good. But most are pretty overgrown with weeds and mosses, as though they haven't been tended for a while. Then I come across one that stands out because there's nothing growing over it. In fact, it's in good nick. A little jam jar of wildflowers in front of it. From the dates, I do some quick maths. It must have been a child, a young girl, Darcy Malone. The stone reads, "Lost to the sea." I look towards the sea. Many have drowned in making the crossing, Matty told us. He didn't actually tell us when they drowned, I realize. I had assumed that was hundreds of years ago. But maybe it was more recent. To think, this was someone's child. I bend down and touch the stone. There's an ache at the back of my throat. Hannah! I turn towards the folly. Aoife stands there, looking at me. It's not that way, she says, then points to where the path continues at an angle away from the chapel. Over there. Thanks. I call to her. Sorry. I feel as though I have been caught trespassing. As I get further away from the folly, any sign of the path seems to disappear completely. Patches of earth that look safe and grassy give way beneath my feet, collapsing into a black ooze. Cold bog water has already seeped into my right welly and my foot squelches inside its soaked sock. The thought of the body somewhere beneath me makes me shiver. I wonder if anyone will know tonight how close they're dancing to a burial pit. I hold up my phone. Full signal, as Aoife promised. I ring home. I can make out the tone at the other end over the wind, then my mum's voice saying, "Hello? It's not too early, is it?" I ask. "Goodness no, love. We've been up for, well, it feels like hours." When she passes me to Ben, I can hardly make out what he's saying. His voice is so high and reedy. "What was that, darling?" I press the phone to my ear. I said hello, Mum. At the sound of his voice I feel it deep down inside, the powerful tug of my bond to him. When I look for something to compare my love for the kids with, it's actually not my love for Charlie. It's animal, powerful, blood-thick. The love of kin. The closest thing I can find to it is my love for Alice, my sister. Where are you? Ben asks. It sounds like the sea. Are there boats? He's obsessed with boats. Yes, we came over on one. A big one. Biggish. Lottie was really sick yesterday, Mum. What's wrong with her? I ask, quickly. The thing that most worries me is the thought of anything happening to my loved ones. When I was little and woke in the night, I'd sometimes creep over to my sister Alice's bed to check that she was definitely breathing, because the worst thing I could imagine was her being taken from me. I'm okay, Han, she'd whisper, a smile in her voice. But you can get in if you want to. And I'd lie there, pressed against her back, feeling the reassuring movement of her ribs as she breathed. Mum comes onto the line. Nothing to worry about, Han. She overdid herself yesterday afternoon. Your dad, the dolt, left her on her own with the Victoria sponge while I was at the shops. She's fine now, love, she's watching CBeebies on the sofa, ready for her breakfast. Now, she says to me, go have fun at your glamorous weekend. I don't feel very glamorous right now, I think, with my soggy sock and the breeze stinging tears from my eyes. All right, Mum, I say, I'll try and call tomorrow, on our way home. They're not driving you too crazy? No, Mum says. To be honest, the little catch in her voice is unmistakable. What? Well, it's a nice distraction. Positive. Looking after the next generation. She stops, and I hear her take a deep breath. You know, it's this time of year. Yeah, I say. I get it, Mum. I feel it too. Bye, darling. You take care of yourself. As I ring off, it hits me. Is that who Olivia reminds me of? Alice. It's all there, the thinness, the fragility, the deer in headlights look. I remember when I first saw my sister after she came home from university for the summer holidays. She had lost about a third of her body weight. She looked like someone with a terrible disease, like something was eating her from the inside out. And the worst part was that she didn't think she could talk to anyone about what had happened to her. Not even me. I start walking. And then I stop, look about me. I'm not sure I'm going the right way, but it's not obvious which way is right. I can't see the folly or even the marquee from here, hidden as they are by the rise of the ground. I'd assumed it would be easier going on my return, because I'd know the route. But now I feel disoriented, my thoughts have been somewhere else completely. I must have taken a different way, it seems even boggier here. I'm having to hop between drier tussocks of grass to avoid soft, wet black patches of peat. I plow on. Then I get a bit stuck and chance a big leap. But I've misjudged it. My footing slips and my left welly lands not on the grassy hillock but on the soft surface of the peat. I sink, and I keep sinking. It happens so fast. The ground opens up and swallows my foot. I lose my balance, staggering backwards, and my other foot goes in with a horrible slurp of suction, quick as the black throat of that cormorant swallowing the fish. Within moments, the peat seems to be over the top of my boots and I'm sinking further. For the first few seconds I'm stupid with surprise, frozen. Then I realize I have to act, to rescue myself. I reach out for the dry patch of land in front of me, and grip hold of two hunks of grass. I heave. Nothing happens. I seem to be stuck fast. How embarrassing this is going to be, I think, when I get back to the folly absolutely filthy and have to explain what happened. Then I realize that I'm still sinking. The black earth is inching over my knees, up my lower thighs. Little by little it is drinking me in. Suddenly I don't care about embarrassment any longer. I'm genuinely terrified. Help! I shout. But my words are swallowed by the wind. There's no way my voice is going to carry a few yards, let alone all the way to the folly. Nevertheless, I try again. I scream it, help me. I think of the bodies in the bog. I imagine skeletal hands reaching up towards me from deep beneath the earth, ready to drag me down. And I begin to scrabble at the bank, using all my strength to haul myself upwards, snorting and growling with the effort like an animal. It feels like nothing's happening, but I grit my teeth and try even harder. And then I am aware of the distinct feeling of being watched. A prickle down the spine. You want a hand there? I start. I can't quite twist myself round to see who has spoken. Slowly they move around to stand in front of me. It's two of the ushers, Duncan and Pete. We were having a little explore, Duncan says. You know, get the lay of the land. Didn't think we'd have the pleasure of rescuing a damsel in distress, Pete says. Their expressions are almost completely neutral. But there's a twitch at the corner of Duncan's mouth and I get the feeling they were laughing at me. That they might have been observing me for a while as I struggled. I don't want to rely on their help. But I'm also not really in any position to be picky. They each take one of my hands. With them pulling, I finally manage to yank one foot from its hold. I lose the boot as I pull my foot from the last of the bog and the earth closes over it as quickly as it had opened. I pull my other foot out and scrabble onto the bank, safe. For a moment I'm sprawled upon the ground, trembling with exhaustion and adrenaline, unable to find the energy to rise to my feet. I can't quite believe what just happened. Then I remember the two men looking down at me, each holding one of my hands. I scramble to my feet, thanking them, dropping their hands as quickly as seems polite. The clasp of our fingers suddenly feels oddly intimate. Now that the adrenaline is receding, I'm becoming aware of how I must have looked to them as they pulled me out, my top gaping to expose my grey old bra, cheeks flushed and sweaty. I'm also aware of how isolated we are, here. Two of them, one of me. Thanks, guys, I say, hating the wobble in my voice. I think I'm going to head back to the folly now. Yes, Duncan drawls. Got to wash all that filth off for later. And I can't work out if I'm reading too much into it or whether there really is something suggestive in the way he says it. I start back in the direction of the folly. I'm moving as fast as I can go in my socked feet, while being careful to pick only the safest crossings. I suddenly want very much to get back inside, and yes, back to Charlie. To put as much space as possible between myself and the bog. And, to be honest, my rescuers. AOIFE. The wedding planner. I sit at my desk going through the plans for today. I like this desk. Its drawers are full of memories. Photographs, postcards, letters, paper yellowed with age, handwriting a childish scrawl. I tune the radio into the forecast. We get a few Galway stations here. It's likely to get a little windy later today, the weatherman's saying. We have conflicting evidence about the gale force number, but we can say that most of Connemara and West Galway will be affected, particularly the islands and coastal areas. That doesn't sound good, Freddie says, coming in to stand behind me. We listen as the man on the radio announces that the winds will hit properly after 5 p.m. By that time they'll all be safely inside the marquee, I say. And it should hold fast, even in a bit of wind. So there will be nothing to worry about. What about the electrics? Freddie asks. They're pretty good, aren't they? Unless we have a real storm on our hands. And he didn't say anything about that. We have been up since dawn this morning. Freddie has even made a trip over to the mainland with Matty to get a few last-minute supplies, while I am checking everything is in order here. The florist will arrive shortly to arrange the sprays of local wildflowers in the chapel and marquee, speedwell and wild spotted orchids and blue-eyed grass. Freddie returns to the kitchen to put the finishing touches to whatever food can be prepared in advance, the canapés and hors d'oeuvres, the cold starters of fish from the Connemara smokehouse. He's passionate about food, is my husband. He can talk about a dish he's thought up in the way that a great musician might rhapsodize about a composition. It stems from his childhood. He claims that it comes from not having any variety in his diet when he was young. I walk over to the marquee. It occupies the same higher land as the chapel and graveyard, some 50 yards to the east of the folly along a tract of drier land, with the marshier stuff of the turf bog on either side. I hear frantic scurryings ahead, and then in front of me they appear, hair startled out of their forms, the hollows they make in the heather to bed down in. They sprint in front of me for a while, their white tails bobbing, their powerful legs kicking out, before veering off into the long grasses on either side and disappearing from view. Hares are shapeshifters in Gaelic folklore. Sometimes when I see them here I think of all of Anis and Amplora's departed souls, materializing once more to run amidst the heather. In the marquee I begin my duties, filling up the space heaters and putting certain finishing touches on the tables, the hand watercolored menus, the linen napkins in their solid silver rings, each engraved with the name of the guest who will take it home. There'll be a striking contrast later between the refinement of these beautifully dressed tables and the wildness outdoors. Later, when we light them, there'll be the scent of the candles from Clun Keen Atelier, an exclusive Galway perfumer, shipped over from the boutique at no small expense. The marquee shivers around me as I do my checks. It's quite amazing to think that in a few hours this echoing empty space will be filled with people. The light in here is dull and yellow compared to the bright cold light of outside, but tonight this whole structure will glow like one of those paper lanterns you send up into the night sky. People on the mainland will be able to look across and see that something exciting is going on Anis and Amplora, the island they all speak about as the dead place, the haunted isle, as though it only exists as history. If I do my job right, this wedding will make sure they'll be talking about it in the present again. Knock knock. I turn. It's the groom. He's got one hand up and he's pretending to knock on the side of the canvas flap as though it were a real door. I'm looking for 2 errant ushers, he says. We should be getting into our morning suits. You haven't seen any sign of them? Oh, I say. Good morning. No, I don't think I have. Did you sleep well? I still can't believe it's really him, in the flesh, Will Slater. Freddie and I have watched Survive the Night since the start. I haven't mentioned this to the bride and groom, though, in case they worry that we're crazed superfans who are going to embarrass ourselves and them. Well, he says. Very well. He is very good looking in real life, more so even than he looks on screen. I reach down to straighten a fork, in case I'm staring. You can tell he's always had these looks. Some people are awkward and unformed as children but grow into attractive adults. But this man wears his beauty with such ease and grace. I suspect he uses it to great effect, is clearly very aware of its power. Every movement is like watching the working of a finely tuned machine, an animal in the peak of its condition. I'm pleased you slept well, I say. Ah, he says, although we discovered a slight issue on going to bed. Oh? Some seaweed under the duvet. The usher's little prank. Oh my goodness, I say. I'm very sorry. You should have called Freddie or me. We would have sorted it out for you, remade the bed with new sheets. You don't have to apologize, he says, that charming grin again. Boys will be boys. He shrugs. Even if Jono is a somewhat overgrown one. He comes to stand beside me, close enough that I can detect the scent of his cologne. I take a small step back. It's looking great in here, I oath. Very impressive. You're doing a wonderful job. Thank you. My tone does not invite conversation. But I imagine Will Slater isn't used to people not wanting to talk to him. I realize, when he doesn't move, that it's even possible he sees my curtness as a challenge. So what's your story, Aoife? He asks, his head tilted to one side. Don't you get lonely, living here, only the two of you? Is he really interested, I wonder, or simply feigning it? Why does he want to know about me? I shrug. No, not really. I'm what you might call a loner anyways. In the winter it just feels like survival, to be honest. The summers are what we stay for. But how did you end up here? He seems genuinely intrigued. He really is one of those people that has you convinced they are fascinated by your every word. It's all part of what makes him so charming, I suppose. I used to come here on summer holidays, I say, when I was little. My family, we all used to come here. I don't often talk about that time. There's a lot I could tell him, though. Of cheap strawberry ice lollies on the white sand beaches, the stain of red food coloring on lips and tongues. Of rock peeling on the other side of the island, filleting through the contents of our nets with eager fingers to find shrimp and tiny, translucent crabs. Splashing about in the turquoise sea in the sheltered bays until we got used to the freezing temperature. I won't tell him any of this, obviously, it would not be appropriate. I need to maintain that essential boundary between myself and the guests. Ah, he says. I didn't think you had the local accent. I wonder what he expects. Top o' the morning and to be sure, and shamrocks and leprechauns. No, I say, I have a Dublin accent, which perhaps sounds less pronounced. But I've also lived in different places. When I was younger we moved around a lot, because of my father's job, he was a university professor. England for a bit, even the States for a while. You met Freddie abroad? He's English, isn't he? Still so interested, so charming. It makes me feel a little uneasy. I wonder exactly what he wants to know. Freddie and I met a long time ago, I tell him. He smiles that charming, interested smile. Childhood sweethearts. You could say that. It's not quite right, though. Freddie's several years younger than me and we were friends first, for years before anything else. Or perhaps not even friends, more clinging to one another as each other's life rafts. Not long after my mother became a shell of the woman she had once been. Several years before my father's heart attack. But I'm hardly going to tell the groom all of that. Besides everything else, in this profession it is important to never allow yourself to seem too human, too fallible. I see, he says. Now, I say, before the next question can form on his lips, whatever it may have been. If you don't mind, I'd better be getting on with everything. Of course, he says. We've got some real party animals coming this evening, Aoife, he says. I only hope they don't cause too much mayhem. He pushes his hand through his hair and grins at me in what I think is probably intended to be a rueful, winning way. His teeth are very white when he smiles. So bright, in fact, that it makes me wonder if he gets them specially lightened. Then he moves a little closer and puts a hand on my shoulder. You're doing a fantastic job, Aoife. Thank you. He leaves his hand there a beat too long, so that I can feel the heat of his palm seeping through my shirt. I am suddenly very aware that it is just the two of us in this big echoing space. I smile, my politest, most professional smile, and take a small step away. I suppose a man like him is very sure of his sexual power. It reads as charm at first, but underneath there is something darker, more complicated. I don't think he is actually attracted to me, nothing like that. He put his hand on my shoulder because he can. Perhaps I'm reading too much into it. But it felt like a reminder that he is the one in charge, that I am working for him. That I must dance to his tune. Now. The wedding night. The search party marches out into the darkness. Instantly the wind assaults them, the screaming rush of it. The flames of the paraffin torches billow and hiss and threaten to extinguish. Their eyes water, their ears ring. They find themselves having to push against the wind as though it were a solid mass, their heads bent low. The adrenaline is coursing through them, it's them versus the elements. A feeling remembered from boyhood, deep, unnameable, feral, stirring memories of nights not altogether unlike this. Them against the dark. They move forward, slowly. The longish tract of land between the Folly and the Marquee, hemmed in by the peat bog on either side, this is where they will begin their search. They call out, "Is anyone out there, and is anyone hurt, and can you hear us?" There is no reply. The wind seems to swallow their voices. "Maybe we should spread out," Femi shouts. "Speed up the search." "Are you mad?" Angus replies. "When there's a bog in either direction, none of us knows where it starts. And especially not in the dark. I'm not frightened. But I don't fancy finding, shit on my own." So they remain close together, within touching distance. "She must have screamed pretty loud," Duncan shouts. "That waitress. To be heard over this." "She must have been terrified," Angus shouts. "You scared, Angus?" "No. Fuck off, Duncan. But it's really hard to see." His words are lost to a particularly vicious gust. In a shower of sparks, 2 of the big paraffin torches are snuffed out like birthday candles. Their bearers keep the metal supports anyway, holding them out in front like swords. "Actually," Angus shouts. "Maybe I am a bit. Is that so shameful? Maybe I'm not enjoying being out here in a bloody gale, or looking forward to what we might find." His words are cut off by a panicked cry. They turn, holding their torches aloft to see Pete grasping at the air, the lower half of one leg submerged. "Stupid fucker," Duncan shouts, "must have wandered away from the drier part." He's relieved though, they all are. For a moment they thought Pete had found something. They haul him out. "Jesus," Duncan shouts, as Pete, freed, sprawls on hands and knees at their feet. "You're the second person we've had to rescue today. Femi and I found Charlie's wife squealing like a stuck pig earlier in this bloody bog." "The bodies," Pete moans, "in the bog." "Oh, pack it in, Pete," Duncan shouts angrily. "Don't be an idiot." He swings his torch nearer to Pete's face, turns to the others. Look at his eyes, he's tripping out of his mind. "I knew it. Why did we bring him? He's a bloody liability." They are all relieved when Pete falls silent. No one mentions the bodies again. It is a piece of folklore, they know this. They can dismiss it, albeit less easily than they might in the light of day, when everything felt more familiar. But they can't dismiss the purpose of their own mission, the possibility of what they may find. There are real dangers out here, the landscape unfamiliar and treacherous in the dark. They are only now beginning to realize it fully. To understand just how unprepared they are. Earlier that day. Jules. The bride. I open my eyes. The big day. I didn't sleep well last night, and when I did I had a strange dream, the ruined chapel crumbling to dust around me as I walked into it. I woke up feeling off, uneasy. A touch of hungover paranoia from a glass too many, no doubt. And I'm sure I can still detect the lingering stench of the seaweed, even though it's hours since it was removed. We'll move to the spare room first thing in a nod to tradition, but I find myself rather wishing he were here. No matter. Adrenaline and willpower will carry me through, they'll have to. I look over at the dress, hanging from its padded hanger. Its wings of protective tissue dance gently to and fro in some mysterious breeze. I've learned by now that there are currents in this place that somehow find their way inside, despite closed doors and shut windows. They eddy and caper through the air, they kiss the back of your neck, they send a prickle down your spine, soft as the touch of fingertips. Beneath my silk robe I'm wearing the lingerie I picked out for today from Coco de Mer. The most delicate lever's lace, fine as cobweb, and an appropriately bridal cream. Very traditional, at first glimpse. But the knickers have a row of tiny mother-of-pearl buttons all the way through, so that they can be completely opened. Nice, then very naughty. I know will enjoy discovering them, later. A shiver of movement through the window catches my attention. Below, on the rocks, I see Olivia. She's wearing the same baggy jumper and ripped jeans as yesterday, picking her way in bare feet towards the edge, where the sea smashes up against the granite in huge explosions of white water. Why on earth isn't she getting ready, as she should be? Her head is bent, her shoulders slumped, her hair blowing in a tangled rope behind her. There's a moment when she's so close to the edge, to the violence of the water, that my breath catches in my throat. She could fall and I wouldn't be able to get down from here in time to save her. She could drown right there while I stand here helpless. I rap on the window, but I think she's ignoring me, or, I admit it's likely, can't hear me above the sound of the waves. Luckily, though, she seems to have stepped a little further away from the drop. Fine. I'm not going to worry any more about her. It's time to start getting ready in earnest. I could easily have had a makeup artist shipped over from the mainland, but there is no way in hell I'd hand over control of my appearance to someone else on such an important day. If doing your own makeup is good enough for Kate Middleton, it's good enough for me. I reach for my makeup bag, but a little unexpected tremor of my hand sends the whole thing crashing to the floor. Fuck. I'm never clumsy. Am I nervous? I look down at the spilled contents, shining gold tubes of mascara and lipsticks rolling in a bid for freedom across the floorboards, an overturned compact leaking a trail of bronzing powder. There, in the middle of it all, lies a tiny folded piece of paper, slightly soot-blackened. The sight of it turns my blood cold. I stare at it, unable to look away. How is it possible that such a small thing could have occupied such a huge space in my mind over the last couple of months? Why on earth did I keep it? I unfold it even though I don't need to, the words are imprinted on my memory. Will Slater is not the man you think he is. He's a cheat and a liar. Don't marry him. I'm sure it's some random weirdo. Will's always getting mail from strangers who think they know him, know all about his life. Sometimes I get included in their wrath. I remember when a couple of pictures emerged of us online. Will Slater out shopping with Squeeze, Julia Keegan. It was a slow day at the Mail Online, no doubt. Even though I knew it was a terrible idea, I ended up scrolling down to the comments section underneath. Christ. I've seen that bile on there before, but when it's directed at you it feels particularly poisonous, especially personal. It was like stumbling into an echo chamber of my own worst thoughts about myself. God, she thinks she's all that, doesn't she? Looks like a proper B*TCH if you ask me. Geez love, haven't you heard you're never meant to sleep with a man with thighs thinner than your own? Will. Illy. Pick me instead. Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face. She doesn't deserve you. God, I hate her just from looking at her. Snotty cow. Nearly all of the comments were like this. It was hard to believe that there were that many total strangers out there who felt such vitriol for me. I found myself scrolling down until I found a couple of naysayers. He looks happy. She'll be good for him. By the way, she's behind the download, favorite site of her. They'll make a good match. Even these kinder voices were as unsettling in their own way, the sense some of them seemed to have of knowing Will, knowing me. That they were in a position to comment on what was good for him. Will's not a household name. But at his level of celebrity you get even more of this sort of thing, because you haven't yet risen above people thinking they have ownership of you. The note is different to those comments online, though. It's more personal. It was dropped through the letterbox without a stamp, meaning it had to have been hand-delivered. Whoever wrote it knows where we live. He or she had come to our place in Islington, which was, until we moved in recently, my place. Less likely, surely, to have been a random weirdo. Or it could have been the very worst kind of weirdo. But it occurs to me it could conceivably be someone we know. It could even be someone who's coming to this island today. The night the note arrived, I threw it into the log burner. Seconds later I snatched it back, burning my wrist in the process. I've still got the mark, a shiny, risen pink seal on the tender skin there. Every time I've caught sight of it I've thought of the note, in its hiding place. 3 little words. Don't marry him. I rip the note in half. I rip it again, and again, until it is paper confetti. But it isn't enough. I take it into the bathroom and pull the chain, watching intently until all the pieces have disappeared, swirling out of the bowl. I imagine them traveling down through the plumbing, out into the Atlantic, the same ocean that surrounds us. The thought troubles me more than it probably should. Anyway, it is out of my life now. It is gone. I am not going to think about it anymore. I pick up my hairbrush, my eyelash curler, my mascara, my arsenal of weapons, my quiver. Today I am getting married and it is going to be bloody brilliant. Now. The wedding night. Christ, it's hard going in this. Duncan puts up a hand to shelter his face from the stinging wind, waving his torch with the other, letting off a spray of sparks. Anyone see anything? See what, though? This is the question that occupies their thoughts. Each of them is remembering the waitress's words. A body. Every lump or divot in the ground is a potential source of horror. The torches that they hold in front of them don't help as much as they might. They only make the rest of the night seem blacker still. It's like being back at school, Duncan shouts to the others. Creeping around in the dark. Anyone for survival? Don't be a dick, Duncan, Femi shouts. Have you forgotten what we're supposed to be looking for? Well, yeah. Guess you can't call it survival, then. That's not funny, Femi shouts. All right, Femi. Calm down. I was only trying to lighten the mood. Yeah, but I don't think now's the time for that either. Duncan rounds on him. I'm out here looking, aren't I? Better than those cowardly fucks in the marquee. Survival wasn't funny, anyway, Angus shouts. Was it? I can see that now. I'm done with pretending it was all some big lark. It was totally messed up. Someone could have died, someone did die, actually. And the school let it carry on. That was an accident, Duncan cuts in. When that kid died. That wasn't because of survival. Oh yeah? Angus shouts back. How'd you figure that one? Just because you loved all of that shit. I know you got off on it, when it came to your turn, freaking the younger boys out. Can't go around being a sadistic bully now, can you? I bet you haven't had such a big thrill since. Guys, Femi, ever the peacekeeper, calls to them. Now is not the time. For a while they fall silent, continuing to trudge through the darkness, alone with their own thoughts. None of them have ever been out in weather like this. The wind comes and goes in squally gusts. Sometimes it drops enough for them to hear themselves think. But it is only gathering itself for the next onslaught, a busy murmuring, like the sound of thousands of insects swarming. At its highest it rises to a howl that sounds horribly like a person shrieking, an echo of the waitress's scream. Their skin is flayed raw by it, their eyes blinded by tears. It sets their teeth on edge, and they are in its teeth. It doesn't feel real, does it? What's that, Angus? Well, you know, 1 minute we're all in the marquee, prancing around, eating wedding cake. Now we're out here looking for. He summons his courage to say it out loud, a body. What do you think could have happened? We still don't know what we're looking for, Duncan answers. We're going off the word of one kid. Yeah, but she seemed pretty sure. Well, Femi calls, there were a lot of drunk people about. It got seriously loose in there. It's not all that difficult to imagine, is it? Someone wandering out of the marquee into the dark, having an accident. What about that Charlie bloke? Duncan suggests. He was in a total state. Yeah, Femi shouts, he was definitely the worse for wear. But after what we did to him on the stag. Less said about that the better, feminine. Did you see that bridesmaid, earlier, though? Duncan shouts. Anyone else think the same thing I did? What? Angus answers, that she was trying to, top herself. Duncan shouts, yeah, I do. She's been acting funny since we arrived, hasn't she? Clearly a bit of a basket case. Wouldn't put it past her to have done something stup. Someone's coming, Pete shouts, cutting him off, pointing into the darkness behind them. Someone's coming for us. Oh, shut up, you twat, Duncan rounds on him. Christ, he's doing my head in. We should take him back to the marquee. Because I swear. No, there's a wobble in Angus's voice. He's right. There's something there. The others turn to look too, moving in a clumsy circle, bumping into each other, fighting down their unease. All of them fall silent as they stare behind them, into the night. A light bobs towards them through the darkness. They hold out their own torches, strain to see what it is. Oh, Duncan shouts, in some relief. It's just him, that fat bloke, the wedding planner's husband. But wait, Angus says. What's that, in his hand? Earlier that day. Olivia. The bridesmaid. Out of the window I can see the boats carrying the wedding guests to the island, still distant dark shapes out on the water but moving ever closer. It will all be happening soon. I'm supposed to be getting ready, and God knows I've been up since early. I woke with this ache in my chest and a throbbing head, and took myself outside to get some air. But now I'm sitting here in my room in my bra and pants. I can't bring myself to get changed yet, into that dress. I found a little crimson stain on the pale silk where the small cut I'd made on my thigh must have bled a bit yesterday when I was trying it on. Thank God Jules didn't notice. She really might have lost her shit at that. I've scrubbed it in the sink down the hall with some cold water and soap. It's nearly all come out, thank God. Just a tiny darker pink patch was left, as a reminder. It made me remember the blood, all those months ago. I hadn't known there would be so much. I shut my eyes. But I can see it there, beneath my eyelids. I glance out of the window again, think about all those people arriving. I've been feeling claustrophobic in this place since we arrived, feeling like there's no escape, nowhere to run to, but it's going to get so much worse today. In less than an hour, Jules will call for me and then I'll have to walk down the aisle in front of her, with everyone looking at us. And then all the people, family, strangers, who I'll have to talk to. I don't think I can do it. Suddenly I feel like I can't breathe. I think about how the only time I felt a bit better, since I've been here, was last night in the cave, talking with Hannah. I haven't been able to speak to anyone else the way I did with her, not my mates, not anyone. I don't know what it was about her. I guess it was because she seemed like an odd one out, like she was trying to hide from everything too. I could go and find Hannah. I could talk to her now, I think. Tell her the rest. Get it all out into the open. The thought of it makes me feel dizzy, sick. But maybe I'd feel better too, in a way, less like I can't get any air into my lungs. My hands shake as I pull on my jeans and my jumper. If I tell her, there'll be no taking it back. But I think I've made up my mind. I think I have to do it, before I go totally mental. I creep out of my room. My heart feels like it's moved up into my throat, beating so hard I can hardly swallow. I tiptoe through the dining room, up the stairs. I can't bump into anyone else on the way. If I do, I know I'll chicken out. Hannah's room is at the end of the long corridor, I think. As I get closer, I realize I can hear the murmur of voices coming from inside, growing louder. "Oh, for God's sake, Han," I hear. "You're being completely ridiculous." The doors open a crack, too. I creep a little closer. Hannah's out of sight, but I can see Charlie in just a pair of boxers, gripping onto the edge of the chest of drawers as though he's trying to contain his anger. I stop short. I feel like I've seen something I shouldn't, like I'm spying on them. I stupidly hadn't thought about Charlie being in there too, Charlie, who I used to have that cringeworthy teenage crush on. I can't do it. I can't go up and knock on their door, ask Hannah if she'll come for a chat, not when they're half-dressed, clearly in the middle of some sort of argument. Then I nearly jump out of my skin as another door opens behind me. "Oh, hello, Olivia." It's Will. He's wearing suit trousers and a white shirt that hangs open to show his chest, tanned and muscular. I glance quickly away. "I thought I heard someone outside," he says. He frowns at me. "What are you doing up here?" "And nothing," I say, or try to say, because hardly any sound comes out of my mouth, just a hoarse whisper. I turn to leave. Back in my room, I sit down on the bed. I've failed. It's too late. I've missed my chance. I should have found a way of telling Hannah last night. I look out through the window at the boats approaching, closer now. It feels like they are bringing something bad with them to this island. But that's silly. Because it's here already, isn't it? It's me. I'm the bad thing. What I've done.